Okay, good morning for the presenters and examiners. Are you ready?
Yes, miss.
Okay, you have 30 minutes for this presentation, but you only have 15 minutes your time for the presentation, and the rest 15 minutes will be the time for the 3 examiners to give you question. Yeah, thank
Okay.
you. Please start your presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Good morning, judges, moderator, and examiners. My name is Sultan Muhammad Ihromi.
And my name is Gila Mahaput Pradiwilya.
We are senior high school students, Tunas, Mekar, Indonesia. And today we will be presenting our 21st century PROLAB research project, which has the title of the psychological effects of animation for education. So the contents of this presentation will contain the following: the research questions, research objectives, interview with the results, video processes, and the product limitations. Now, before we get into the main introduction, I just want to ask, of our origin, how we thought about this research product, what we want to have for this research. So, me and Gilang thought about this very hard. We were very confused about what we wanted to do for our product, at first, yes. And because we wanted to have a product or research that can benefit people, eventually we landed upon, we combined Gilang's love for animation and drawing, and we combined it with my love for video creation, and that leads us to our product being a video animation. That video animation, but then how could that be beneficial, right? Like, it's just a video animation, how can it be beneficial? But then we thought about combining it with education. And so I just wanted to ask the examiners and moderator, during your years of teaching, I am 100% sure that you have stumbled upon a student who found it very difficult to understand the material of a topic or subject, and no matter how hard you try, they just couldn't get it. We've been there. We've also, it's been hard too.
Yeah, because as you know, like different types, students have their own learning styles and preferences, and they cannot be fitted into one neat category. Like Romy said before, different students have their own unique way of learning the materials that it's been explained by the teachers.
Yes. So, for example, I'll be the student and Gilang be the teacher. So Gilang, ask me if I have any questions.
Like, for example, does anyone have any questions?
No, sir.
Yeah, sometimes the students going to ask like, are there any questions? And the students will like answer no. But
when truthfully, they really have questions. But they're more comfortable with asking their friends because, they don't like to be wrong or all that.
They don't have the courage to ask.
So that's the introduction for this. And now we will get on to the basis of our research project. Introduction. So, how we found out with how we want to be beneficial to whoever reads this research and stumbles upon it is that we followed the human needs. This is the basis of our whole research, and we have here, to benefit humanity, we need to fulfill human needs. And one of the human needs, which is actually being the very top, is creativity, spontaneity, and meaning and inner potential. And that can be categorized into education and possibly even entertainment, because you need entertainment to entertain yourself so you don't go crazy or lose your mind. Yeah. So, but then if entertainment is one of the essentials, education is also important to increase the knowledge so you don't go crazy. And a combination of education and entertainment, we have decided that a way to present the entertainment and education, how it can be combined together, is through animation and video learning. That idea of having a video animation to learn is not new. Of course, like you have possibly seen videos on YouTube about topics about biology, science, all that, using animation, but we just wanted to, it still requires more attention and change because as you can, maybe from your own personal experiences, you still don't see teachers really applying that, really take the time to let the students know how to
learn the materials that the teacher is explaining.
Because there are 3 types of learners. As you can see from this pie chart, the types of learners can include visual learner, auditory learner, and kinesthetic learners. Visual learners they learn by looking at things, they learn by seeing things and visualizing it. Auditory learners, they learn by sound, they learn by listening what they have to say, what there is to say or do. And kinesthetic learner is learning by practicals. So practicals like actually doing the thing that you're as a job. Like in science, you have practicals, you combine things, chemistry. And as you can see from the pie chart, it's not clear, but visual learners take up most of the pie chart with 60%, I believe. 65, yes. 65%. And that's a major upside. It really takes over the whole pie chart, and it allows us, that's why we think that we should take advantage of this pie chart, and we should really put in the effort to all the visual learners, because there's a majority of them, and we can take advantage of how many those are. For our research questions, we have 4 research questions. And as you can see from the board, we have what are the advantages and disadvantages of animation, just so we can cover the basis of what there is to learn about animation and the downsides of it, as well as the upsides. Second research question that we will hopefully answer at the end of this presentation is what are the effects of animation in daily life? These indicate how much we think they're effective. So as you can see, it's the very lowest, but there is still a notable chance. Yes. Third, why is animation considered popular amongst children? We probably have seen and heard people say, oh, I don't watch this, I don't watch cartoons because it's for kids. It's not for kids. So that's, we will find out why that's the case or why people say that. And for the 4th research question, we have, can animation also help people learn much easier? And we are very confident in this because of what we've mentioned before about the visual learners. And hopefully they can learn from visual learning.
Moving on for the... Oops. Oops. Uh-oh. Can someone turn on? Oh yeah.
Hilang.
Oh yeah.
Google. So at the end of this presentation, we are going to show you what the product is, and we have 2 videos. Just a little spoiler, but we have 2 videos. One video is 4 minutes, and the other is also 4 minutes. So hopefully we have 8 minutes to spare at the end of this presentation for you to see both of the videos, and hopefully this will turn on, please. Want to read the research objectives just from here? Just talk.
Oh yeah, I think it's fine. So for the research objectives that we been come up since the PROLAB project is that we want to offer insight for the students to raise awareness in different methods of learning. And we want to also educate them that there are more like easier and much simpler way for teachers to like educate their students, and also to compile and create much more knowledgeable and much more simpler education for the students, so that they will understand the material much more easier.
Yeah. After research objectives, we have, you can't see here yet, but we have interview results. This interview was held in Tunas, Mekar, Indonesia elementary school between grade 1 and grade 2. And to make it fair, we picked out 5 boys and 5 girls from each class. So that would make it 20 students.
And if we have to point out one small problem while we're doing this interview, is that turns out that we realize elementary school students are not allowed to use cell phone because it will hinder their learning experience, so that we have to meticulously interview them one by one. And if we have to be honest ourselves, interviewing them is quite a little bit surprising.
Right. Yes.
And they are a bit shy, which is understandable because they are being asked to interviewed by an older senior student.
Yeah, they would be shy to answer and open up, right?
Yeah.
But even though with those struggles, we still were able to get the answers needed for our interview. And if it was here, but I will just read out the main results. The notable results, the main things that are noticeable in what we interviewed. So for the cartoons, one of the questions that we asked was if they watched cartoons. And what cartoons if they did. But
turns out not many kids like watch cartoons.
Yeah. Not many kids watch cartoons, although it's still a majority. You could see it's still a majority, but then there's still a noticeable amount of kids who don't watch cartoon, and it turns out they don't watch cartoon because they watch TikToks. Yes. That was surprising to me that they would watch more TikToks than cartoons, but that is what our generation is into more today. They're into more short form video content, and their attention span. Their attention span is very short, so that's why they're into short form video more. That's why I think. And something else that is noticeable is that they spend massive amounts of time in here. The ones who watch TikTok, there's one who watched for 5 hours. Imagine that, 5 hours.
5 hours of watching TikTok.
They can't watch one topic in 5 hours, but then they can watch 5 hours of multiple things, multiple topics. Which just sounds... What do you think of that, Yulan?
I think it's a bit surprising because I cannot imagine how, like, an elementary school students, I know they like to watch TikTok, but it's surprising to me that they prefer watching TikTok for 5 hours instead of listening to the teacher's like explanation for like 3 hours or so maybe.
Exactly, so it's very surprising. If this shows, we have the interview results and a visualization to make it easier for you to understand if it's able to come on.
No.
So what we gathered from that is that the hardest subject between all those 20 students turns out to be science. And did you wonder why?
I think the reason why students like think that science is difficult maybe to them like
Mm.
explaining, I think, about heat energy or maybe about animals and such.
Yeah.
I think they find it a bit too difficult
They
to
find it
understand.
a little bit more advanced.
Yeah.
So those were the notable ones, the time spent, how much time they spent, which is a few of them 6, some of them 1, and so on and so forth. Next, this should pull up. Okay, so from the 1 second that you can see this, the title is Grade 1 Video Process. We will now get to the process of how we made both our videos, because we decided to have 2 separate videos for this, one for Grade 1 and one for Grade 2, even though both of them both equally gathered to make science the most hardest subject.
Yes.
So there were 4 main steps in making this video possible. That's 1, make a script. This can take a while. It depends on how well you know the topic. And the second step is record audio. That audio usually takes the least longest because you just have to read and hopefully get things right. And the third step, draw the needed assets. This includes things such as text, drawings, animatics, and anything that we will include in the video. And lastly, it's the animate and edit, just so everything's refined, everything is well and
Complete.
complete. Yes. How about your video, Gilang?
Well, for my video, it's almost the same as yours. Well, but for me, I need to search my subject first, like in order to exactly like explain the subject material that I'm going to tell in the video, so I don't just like ramble on about nonsensical stuff about science, right? And of course, the second one is for the voiceover. It's not just like that you just record your voice and it's done. You also need like your voice needed to be clear and also loud enough that the viewer or the audience can hear it. And next is for the drawing video assets is also similar. You have to draw plenty of characters, like backgrounds. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that you have to draw and put within the video so that it will be more
Engaging.
Yeah, engaging. And lastly is of course the animating and editing part. Yeah, after you done all of that, doing the voiceover and drawing all the assets, it's now put into one like video. You have to meticulously edit it so that it won't be like too short, but also like it won't be too long either.
So those 2 were our video processes.
And now we're going to our product limitation. We realized that while we were in the process of making these 2 products, that in order to make these types of videos, like animation videos, especially in an educational sense, is that we need a lot of time to complete the videos. And I'm not just talking about the animation side of the video. Yeah, like I said, you also need to do the voiceover video, that you have to make the audio sound more clear and intelligible, and the way you speak must be on
Clear.
point and straightforward. And after that, there is the editing process on the video, which will take plenty of time to finish. But again, the main point of this problem is that the drawing assets part of the video, because making a lot of the assets for the characters, backgrounds, and many more within the video. It takes time because drawing a single frame of the
Can take
animation
a while.
can take a while.
Yes. And the next problem.
Is about the elephant in the room. The problem is that about our product, if the viewer or the audience will not pay attention to the video, how will they learn anything from the video, right? If they won't pay attention to the subject or the material that is being shown within the video, can they understand what they just saw within the video?
So you really have to capture their engagement, really capture themselves in the moment, what they're watching, what they're listening to, and what they're seeing.
Mm.
That's why we chose animation, because with all those things in mind, we can really engage them in what we have to offer. Because with animation, you have bright colors, you have things that really appeal to you and engage you more into what you're seeing and what you're learning about.
Mm.
Which is why I think animation is a good way to learn, and visual learning itself.
And lastly, is about the main topic of
Mm.
the product, which is about psychological effect. But turns out, while we're making this product, we don't have anything like related to psychology. But I think it's something that a bit harder to explain, because psychology is much more of a college level like subject that maybe in the future that some student that will maybe interested in learning psychology will understand. So I think making us explaining them the many things about psychology, it will be too confusing for them.
However, we want to know the psychology behind this, and even though we don't have it presented in front of us in the presentation, that psychology is not really mentioned that much, but what is in the report, in the final report, we've mentioned multiple cases of how and why students are into what they watch, or like how much students are into what they
Are
see.
impacted by what they seen within the video.
Now, with that in mind, research questions answers. This is where we talk about if we have answered the research questions that you've seen before, that we've talked about. And to reiterate, the research questions include: what are the advantages and disadvantages of animation? What are the effects of animation in daily life? Why is animation considered popular amongst children? And can animation also help people learn much easier? And the answers for those research questions, during this research, we've answered quite enough, for some more than others, and that's where we will explain. What are the advantages and disadvantages of animation? Is that there are both equal advantages and disadvantages. For example, an advantage of animation is so that they can learn easier, they can visualize it, it's already in front of them, they don't have to think about too much what's happening and what's in their mind or what's going on. But then a disadvantage of that is that it really takes away from the realism of what they can experience in real life if they actually saw it in real life. It's much different to what it could be in animation.
Mm.
For what are the effects of daily life, of animation in daily life, that we had a hard time answering. There's only a few, just like symbols you could see around here. You could see like drawings. It's not animation, but it's the closest thing that can affect our daily lives, just looking and being more attracted towards those symbols and icons, because they have more simpler designs and easy to understand symbols. For why is animation considered popular amongst children? When we tried to discover the answer for this question, we've actually discovered that there are more adults or young adults that like animation just as much as children. Because nowadays you don't see as much slander or hate towards people who watch cartoons, because now there are more
Acceptable.
acceptable and more adulterated versions of cartoons, and it's more appealing. It's also appealing to adults as well because of the message behind it. It's possibly because of that. And for the last question, is can animation help people learn much easier? And for this question, it's absolutely, absolutely, because as you saw from the first slide, which is 65% visual learners, that helps a lot of students and people who want to educate themselves, and just by looking and seeing what they are about to learn. And that's why we think that animation really helps people learn much easier because it's easier to visualize, right?
Yeah.
So what is the conclusion of all this? Well, the conclusion is that we have three main conclusions that we have made up, and it is we've gained knowledge and we've gained new insight into what and how animation affects our brain and how we respond to seeing what those animations are, and how watching animations can actually help individuals learn and discover new things. The second thing is that there's no discrimination. Animation is not only for kids, but anyone who enjoys it. That's one of the main things that we found out that really surprised us. And the last one, would you like to?
Also, yeah, because of course changes over time. Change is inevitable because sometimes people will change what they enjoy. Sometimes kids that enjoy cartoons change to maybe they like to watch movies maybe, but sometimes as a young adult myself, if I have to admit, I also like still to watch cartoons because they are still engaging despite I'm being older. I still find the joy and fun that it reminds me of my childhood, basically. Cartoons and animation, for me, I think, it's just for nostalgic reminder of the good old days of my childhood. That's just how I basically feel about watching animation and yeah, the impact it gave me about the many moral messages within the cartoons.
So that's it for our presentation. We would like to show the video, but unfortunately
We have only
the
5 minutes
TV
left.
is not connected. So will that be skipped or is that finished?
Can you show us
The video on here?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think. Yeah.
actually I always use Mr. Fatur table to present. Yeah. What happened? He has one more actually. Mr. Fatur has one more.
Can you hear what the videos?
Little, but it's
Okay, thank you, Miss. The first question from me: do you make your video or you take somewhere for granted?
For the video, for this video itself, because we made 2 videos, but then for this video that you just saw is my video, and it was made animated and edited in Adobe Premiere Pro.
So you original
Yeah.
creations, yeah.
An original.
Okay, that's great. It is so creative, yeah, for you to make an animation.
Video also by yourself, right?
Yeah,
No, it's my
Yeah.
my own creation.
By
Yeah, I mean your
Yeah.
creations, right?
Yes.
Not taking from YouTube or something.
No.
Okay, good. Okay, the second one, you said that you did the interview, right, in chapter 3, but I cannot find the interview questions list or something. Interview or questionnaire?
More questionnaire.
It's
Not
like-
interview.
Yeah, not interview.
Yeah, it's more like questionnaire because
Not interview, right?
Yeah.
It is different. If it
Yeah.
is interview, you need to like talk to someone
Mm.
one by one.
Yeah.
So questionnaire, yeah.
I
So
think
you
a
provide
questionnaire is more
Questionnaire.
suitable.
Okay,
More,
questionnaire. Now, when did you provide the questionnaire? Before you show the video or after you show the video?
In the it's in chapter 3, and it's the very last thing that's there.
Because in chapter 3, you show the questionnaire first, and then after that, you show the video.
Mm.
See here?
Mm.
So I assume that it will be, you do the survey first, and then
Yeah.
after that, you provide the video.
Mm.
Or like that?
Yeah, like that.
Okay, so it means that you provide the questionnaire, and then the students fill it, and then after that, you give the video.
For that, we couldn't have a chance. We didn't not have a chance to show the video itself.
Huh?
But then, for me, it's not recorded here because I think that it was not really necessary because it was only one. We wanted to gather the data of how they reacted, how all of them reacted, but then unfortunately we couldn't find the time to do so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because turns out when we were doing the questionnaire, turns out the students are having an exam, so it's a tight schedule, so we
Yeah.
cannot
It
like
means the students did not see your video.
Yeah.
no,
Oh,
unfortunately
And
no.
hopefully after this,
Unfortunately.
Hopefully after this, yeah, we can show them.
So it means that you cannot get the result because you cannot find anything if the students didn't see your video. You cannot assume that based on the questionnaire you cannot blah blah blah, or even the title is about psychological effects, too deep.
Mm.
So what is the difference between psychological effects and emotion? Because
From-
I cannot find any psychological effects here, right? And maybe better for you later for the questionnaire or survey after you provide the video and you can see their assumption.
Mm.
This is what we call student perception. So you can find, after you show the video, this is the perception from the students. So you can take from the data, from the questionnaire as your result. Okay, please remember later it is useful for you in the future. In conducting the research, you must remember starting from the problem first. You need to find the problem. And then you provide the solution to your research. Okay, problem. Yeah, and then you will have research question from the problems. Yeah, how can you find the solution to the problems? If the research question is only one, the result will be only one. If research questions are two, okay, the objective will be two, the result will be two, the conclusions will be two, all will be coherent. Don't be like objective one, but the problem is one, but objectivenya 5, even 4. As I can see here, research questions, you have research question 4. Even daily life, what for daily life? Too general. Yeah, what are the effects of animation in daily life? What for? You must be specific because it is education. The psychological effects of animation for education. Now, from the title, you must get the keyword that can be put in the abstract. Remember, in abstract, it's not only decoration, it is important. So you must understand the content of abstract. The first one starting with the introduction and problems. Yeah, and then after that you can say the objective, the purpose. Remember, yeah, problem, purpose, or better purpose directly, and then method. How will you get the data, qualitative or quantitative, the subject of the research. Yeah, method. After that, result. Remember, if the problem is one, the result will be one. It must be coherent, yeah. It must be united. And then, after that, you have one result, the conclusions will be one. So everything will be in line. Yeah, everything will be related. I have already put here the notes so you can learn, because you have to revise the abstracts. And the keywords. The keywords you said animation, educational videos, but I cannot find your keyword in your title. So better to take the keyword from the title. For example, the psychological effects of animation for education by blah 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 blah. Okay, just take the first variable is psychological effects or emotion to make it simpler. Yeah, because you said that the level may be confusing for them to understand the psychological effect. So better for you to use the emotion or the student's perception. That's the first keyword. The second keyword, animation. No need to change educational video because you don't put in the title. So everything must be coherence, must be in line, yeah, must be referred to the title. And then the last one is education. No need to provide daily life at home, at office. No need. Your focus must be specific. Yeah, remember it well because it's important. Then after that, the writing style. If you use indentation, you know indentation, yeah, no need to use space. So between paragraph there will be no space. Yeah, indentation. But if you don't use indentation, there are two styles. Yeah, if there is no indentations, like all justified left, yeah, you must use one space between each paragraph. Yeah, that's the writing style. And then again. Nah, yeah, the most important thing in research is the method. It must be clear whether it is interview or questionnaire. If you use questionnaire, how do you get the question from? Nah, you cannot make your own question based on your opinion, yeah, because this is scientific work. Everything must be scientific, yeah. So it means that you must take from the article, from the expert. For example, from the psychologist, blah, 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 they have provided several questions. Now you can take, or you can modify based on your need. So, the questions will be valid. Why valid? Because you take from the expert, from the article that you read, that you refer to your research. Kan the question, what is your gender, which grade are you in, it's like a simple question that you don't need to put in here. Right? What is your gender? You can see without questions, right? Male or female. So better, yeah, later everything must be based on the theory because this is scientific. And then you provide the table of interview result. Now, what is it for? Did you mention in this discussion? Did you discuss this?
No.
No.
I did. It was to point out the noticeable answers, like.
But actually, you can provide the discussion based on the perception, even though you don't provide the video to them. But the title will be the student's perception about animation, because you don't have time to show your video. But you can still get the data from the question sheet or questionnaire. Now, from the questionnaire, you can discuss. So mention the list, blah blah blah. They think that everything will be based on the data. But here you provide the data, but you don't discuss. Yeah, that's the weakness. The last, it is about bibliography. What do you know about bibliography and references? Is it different or not?
From what I know, it's not different.
It's not
I
different,
could be
the
wrong,
same.
but
Okay, actually,
not
bibliography will refer to the book. But if you refer to the website, better to use references. That's why in research we use references, because we combine. Sometimes we take from the article, sometimes we take from the website references. But if it is mostly from the book, bibliography. But I cannot see book here. So no, not bibliography, but references. That's all. Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Check. Okay. Can you show me your PowerPoint PPT? Yeah. Nas, I mean something like this one, yeah. Harder subject, this one. You what is that? You make that on your presentation, but you don't have it in your report. I mean, it can help to answer Mr. Wira question actually if you put that here. Okay, like okay. Then actually, in my opinion, your focus should be on your video. Your video is your, what is that, gold. Emasnya itu kalian di videonya. If you focus on your video only, we make this video, this one, I will give you directly A, 4. But unfortunately, here in your chapter 4, you only discuss video a little, and then you don't, what is that? You don't write down what for is the video to answer which problem is this video. Okay. So if, say for example, I know that you make the questionnaire before you make the video, right? So it means in my mind, when you make the questionnaire, after you finish the questionnaire, so you can imagine, okay, based on the questionnaire, I'm going, or we are going to make this kind of video. That's what happens, right?
Yes.
You ask first, okay, based on the questionnaire, this is the video. Nah, but it should not stop only until that. After you make the video, you have to give another questionnaire to make sure, is your video answering the psychological effect of animation for education or no? Okay. And then for example, because this is product, you have to get approval for expert, but because now you just senior high school students, so maybe ask to your the content of the video is science, right?
Yes.
So you have to ask approval from your science teachers. Is the content is of the video correct or no? Okay or no? Jangan-jangan salah misalnya. And then is the animation good or no? You can ask Mr. Jerry for example. And there should be like form ya sir ya, validity, bahwa ini sudah dicek oleh guru IPA, the content okay, check by computer teacher, the animation is good, for example. Okay, and the most important, you ask to the students again after you watch this video, what do you feel? Okay, so it can answer the psychological effect of animation. Okay, understand about that one? Okay, and then about the writing, guys, I don't know in Bahasa Indonesia style, I think kind of different, but because you make it in English, so in English, research better for you in every chapter. At the beginning of the chapter, you make the opening like what I've told before. In this chapter, the writer are going to discuss about research background and blah 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 in chapter 1, for example. In chapter 2, that one. In chapter 3, something like that one. Okay. Yes, in Bahasa Indonesia style, I don't see many of it, but when you make it in English, you have to have. So after chapter 4, so in this chapter, the researcher would like to discuss about the advantages and blah blah blah. Okay.
Okay, and then I would like to repeat what Mr. Wira said because it is very important and fatal, I think. Chapter 5. Yeah, your conclusion should be 4 points. So, what are the advantages and disadvantages of animation technique? What are the effect of the animation in daily life? What is animation considered? Yeah, those 4 research questions. So basically you summarize chapter 4 into short sentence. That's what the conclusion is. Okay, so of course your conclusion should be changed. Ya, harus diganti dengan jawaban dari research questions. Okay. Thank you, that's all from me.
Thank you, sir.
Check. Okay, those for me is only the application, and then also, yeah. Before that, I'm sorry if Mr. Jerry is not maximum. Have the maximal to guide you, yeah, from the beginning until this day. I'm sorry, because actually later in the lecture you may maybe, if you're lucky, yeah, you meet with the nice lecturer, yeah, or the killer lecturer, maybe, yeah. So is the something, yeah, is it for the, yes, at the beginning of the treatment, yeah, of you. So the revision for me is only in the chapter 4, the result, yeah, the result. Don't forget to additional picture in the result, and don't forget to note that Mr. Wira and also Mr. Yogi's note, yeah, don't forget, yeah, to additional, and then faster, and after that meet me, yeah, soon is better. And then okay, chapter 4, don't forget everybody that the last day Mr. Jerry have the additional to you to make to additional the picture, yeah, in chapter 4, and the result. Okay, process video. Okay, 3.5.1 grade 1 video process, make a script, yeah. Actually you have a proof where or how make a script, yeah. Everything must be have a proof, yeah. And then record audio, where is the proof, yeah. Record the audio, the proof, I mean the physically, yeah, with the proof is minimum with the photo, yeah, photo, the minimum, and then draw while Gilang's draw something, take the picture and then put over there. This is the proof that is all of you, yeah, to all of you to make it this video program, yeah, and animated and edit. Okay. Okay, maybe that's all for Mrs. Jerry, yeah. Don't forget to additional, and then don't forget to make revision that Mr. Wira, and also, yeah, especially for chapter 5, yeah, additional, and also conclusion, Mr. Okay, thank you for Mrs. Jerry. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you thank you to all the examiners for all the advice you've given and the revision. I'm sure it will help greatly. And yeah, thank you for listening to our presentation, and thank you for
Listening
for our advice.
for the advice. Yeah.
presenters and examiners. It's time for the second researchers. There are KK, Alzena, and also Acha. You have 15 minutes to present your result and 15 minutes for the question and answering. Okay, good luck for the presentations. Time is yours.
Good morning, dear mentors and examiners. First of all, let us introduce ourselves. I'm Mariza Kishosin, or you guys can call me KK.
I am Alzena Valencia.
I am Fatihana Putri Hendrian.
And today we will be presenting our research presentation about the evolution fashion in 80s, 90s, and 2000s.
For the background for our research, style and fashion are closely related but have a distinct differences. Style refers to an individual technique, individual unique, and often a personal way of people dressing. While fashion encompasses a broader trend and style, they are popular at the given time. Clothing is a basic need for all humans, but fashion has become a multi-billion-dollar industry that has evolved nowadays. A trend can rise and fall quickly, influenced by various factors such as, for example, entertainment, history, current trend, and also nowadays, films and television show often a significant impact on a fashion trend, and the internet has changed about how people consume the fashion information. Despite the ever-changing of nature of fashion, certain style and trend have enduring popularity and can even come back into fashion after a period of time.
Next is the question. As you guys can see, there is 3 questions that I'll be focusing on, which is how does fashion revolutions work, and then what did fashion look like in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s, and last, how does Western fashion dominate in Indonesia? So regarding to old-fashioned, the research aiming to investigate how fashion from the old era resurfaced and become a trend once again. Particularly in Indonesia, promoting the fashion industry to recycle past style and adapt them to the current trends.
The purpose of our project is divided into 3 points, and it's 1, to know about fashion recycling. The second, the importance of fashion in history. And third, studying the popularity of fashion can help to identify and address issues such as body image. In conclusion, the research highlights and examines how fashion has evolved throughout history and how it has become such an important event in our cultural history. This research aims to add additional knowledge about the importance of fashion in history. Fashion is not just about clothing, but also about how people have expressed themselves through clothing over the years. By examining how fashion has evolved, we can gain a deeper understanding of the historical significance of fashion.
For the benefit for our research, the benefit of this research are divided into 2, both the benefit for the researcher and as well for the reader. The benefit for the researcher is that this research develop their knowledge about fashion and make them more aware in intricate of relationship between fashion and society. By studying fashion, researcher can learn about how fashion evolution fashion over the time and how it it has been influenced by various things like social, cultural, and also economic factor. Through this research, the researcher can gain an understanding about how fashion has been used as a form of expression by a different group of people, and how it has been used to create an identity and subcultures. And for the reader, this research provides a way to improve their knowledge of fashion and appreciate its history. It also allows individuals to express themselves, their creativity, and their belief to the world. Fashion is a visual marker of social change. And through this research, reader can gain an insight into how fashion has evolved. In addition, this research can motivate and inspire reader to become more creative with the fashion while respecting the fashion of someone's creation. By understanding the value and the costume reflected in the fashion apparel, a reader can gain a deeper appreciation for the art form and its impact on the society. So not only in this research educational, but it can also be a source of inspiration for those people that are interested in the world of fashion.
I think, okay, then next is the literature review, era of fashion. So in this literature review, we will be discussing about fashions, 80s era, 90s era, and trends. Let's start with the fashion itself. Fashion has become integral part of our daily life. So it reflects our style and how we want to present ourselves to the world. According to Sokanto, fashion is fleeting trends that may include language, behavior, and hobbies. Related to certain clothing models, fashion as a form change characteristic by rapid passage of time, allowing individuals to express themselves, their individuals, throughout clothing.
The 80s, renowned for their bold and bright fashion, chose the fashion of the 80s, which characterized by oversized silhouettes, bold colors, and a focus on individual expression. It was a time when people wanted to stand out and express themselves through their clothing. This period also reflected broader social and cultural changes, including the increasing influence of consumerism and the growing visibility of women in the workplace.
For the 90s, we're moving on the 90s, and we saw a shift toward minimalism and more grunge-inspired style. And in the 90s were a time of an understate of casual fashion choices, with a focus on the simplest fashions and more comfortable. This era also saw the rise of like supermodels and the emergence of streetwear and hip hop influence in mainstream fashion, and a growing interest in environmentalism and diverse representations of beauty and body types.
Next is the 2000s era fashion, or also known as the Y2K. So the fashion in 2000s was a time of a great transformations and evolution. It was marked by several significant change, including rise of fast fashion, which made clothing more also significant in this era, with the internet providing a platform for fashion enthusiasts and influencers to share their ideas and style with the global audience.
The procedure in this chapter, the research will explain the time of the research, and researchers have several producers to collect information about the research. The procedure method discusses the data collection, observation, interview, and documentation of the research. For the research, take time starting from 28th of January until the 10th of February 2023, and take place in Tunas, Mekar, Indonesia school and the research place.
For the method, the researcher project used a qualitative method to analyze and gain insight into the complex and multi-phase of the world of the fashion. The study involved collecting and analyzing the non-commercial data, such as text, video, audio, to understand about the concept, the opinion, or experience that related to fashion. Through this approach, the researcher can generate a new insight and identify emerging trend and practice, and ultimately contribute to a better understanding of the role of the fashion in society.
Observation in this particular study, the research will be using information as a method to gather information about the people in Tunas Mekar, Indonesia Senior High School, and also the research plays by carefully observing the participant. The research will be able to obtain valuable data about fashion evaluation. This information will be crucial in the understanding the phenomena being studied and in generation new insights and ideas for further research.
Next is the interview. So for this research, the interview will be conducted at SMA Tunas Mekar, Indonesia, and also the research placed, which the participant will consist of 4 persons in each year. During the interviews, the researchers will ask questions that are related to the research topics, which already have been prepared in advance. The questions are, what was the most popular fashion item in your year? Second, which was fashion trends from your year have made a comeback in this year? What types of clothing did people usually like to wear during your year? So the interview process was recorded and uploaded in our Instagram account, our research Instagram account, which is Hard for Vogues. And by conducting interviews, we can gain more insights and more participant experience and opinion, which can help us better to understand our research and understand how fashion change over the year and how it affects people's perspective and what is their preferences.
The next one is research result. For the fashion re-evolution work, to summarize the video from the interview, we found that fashion involved.
Before we get into the research result, we will be showing the interview video.
Fashion lo hari ini nih kayak dari Pinterest atau artistik atau idol atau itu yang inspirasi. Nih next ya, dari fashion tahun 80-an, 90-an sampai 2000-an, mana sih yang lo suka dan comfortable bagi lo
fashion re-evolution work. To summarize the video from our interview, we found that fashion involves from trend of past era and can be influenced by a variety of factors such as nostalgia, cultural, social trend, and the cycling nature of fashion. Many young people are drawn to unique style and aesthetic of past old era and incorporate it into their own personal style. And in some cases, many designers may also draw inspiration from the past era and incorporate element of vintage style into their collection nowadays.
Fashion in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s. We also learned the fashion in the 80s was characterized by bold, bright colors, miniskirt, oversized clothing, simple shirt, and metallic accounts. Neon workout wear, punk-inspired fashion, and power suit were also popular during that time. In the 90s, fashion took a more relaxed and minimalist approach, with current-inspired styles, oversized denim, and flannel shirts becoming popular. Crop tops, high-waisted jeans, and chunky platform shorts were also popular style in the 2000s. Fashion became more exclusive and varied with influences from previous decades as well as a new trend. Low-rise jeans, velour tracksuits, and graphic shirts were popular among the younger generation, while tailored blazer, pencil skirts, and high heels were popular from styles. Additionally, there was a trend toward more futuristic and technological fashion, with metallic fabrics and asymmetrical design becoming popular.
For the research result, last question is, how does Western fashion dominate in Indonesia? So our research also showed that Western fashion has become dominant in Indonesia due to globalization, cultural influence, and media exposures. So the availability of Western fashion brands and influencers, Western media, and celebrities have led to increase in demand of Western style. The younger generation in Indonesia views Western fashion as a symbol of upward social stability and mobility and a way to express their individuality. Additionally, many local designers in Indonesia have incorporated Western style elements into their designs, thus making Western fashion trends more accessible to a wider audience in the country. Thank you for your thank you for watching, and that's all for us.
Okay, guys. Hello, guys. Okay, my first question is, what gaps did you intend to bridge in your research? What gaps did you intend to bridge in your research? I mean, the gaps.
Problems. Problems with our research.
Maybe in the field of fashion, there is a blank area or gray area that you try to set the light through your research.
I think we have maybe A difficulty with how, because 80s, 90s, and 2000s has different style, it is quite hard for us to understanding their characteristic, because most of the style, like the 80s and 90s, are almost similar. So I think we're kind of confused in those two because of the similarities characteristic, mostly with that, and maybe other additional.
And maybe the difficulty is also because each era have like same, maybe like same pattern, but we have to find like what the differences between the genes in 90s and in the genes in the 2000, what the shape, maybe like that, because maybe like we say, fashion is a recycle, and but each period of recycle of that fashion have a differences, like maybe the shape, how they're wear it, like that. Maybe. Okay, that's all.
Okay, thank you. That's a kind of limitation, yeah. And then, what is the impact of your research on society?
Mostly the impact for the society is for those who are interested in fashion themselves. I think this research from our, benefits mostly for the readers is for the people who are interested in fashion themselves. So as we all know, fashions, I think nowadays is such a very important thing, especially for the young generations. It is a way of us to express ourselves to the outside world and how to express our confidence. So it really gives off the boost. And then, sorry, what was the question again?
The impact of your research on society.
And, oh yeah, okay, thank you. And then the impacts also to give educational, mostly again for the people who are interested in fashion and are willing to study more about fashions, like their history. Also, maybe from the current event, like yesterday there was a Met Gala, which was a very big fashion industry, which many celebrities get to wear designers' outfit that are created mostly from the old collections that the designers have, which are a very big responsibility because designers have so many history behind their fashions and clothing and collections. I think that's all. Maybe additional.
And also, our impact for the society is maybe many people wants to know about why fashion item can be recycled, and they're questioning why this item can come back in the nowadays like that. And a lot of people kind of asking questions about why like jeans can be recycled into a trend again in 2023, or the vintage style like that can come back. So we want to answering those questions, and that's curious from many people out there.
Okay, thank you. And the last question from me is that if you guys could redo your research, what would you do differently?
Boleh jawab pakai bahasa Indonesia? Izin pakai bahasa Indonesia ya, Wis. Jawabnya. Mau riset make up, Miss. Kayak apa? Kalau nggak make up, tutorial make up. Kalau nggak apa? Fashion, tentang fashion, cuman apa ya? Kayak apa sih? Fashion tapi yang disukain orang-orang gitu loh, Miss. Kayak misalnya lagi sekarang tuh lagi tren fashionnya apa tadi, kayak yang apa? Iya, matte colors gitu, di apa namanya? Iya, dibuat lebih spesifik.
Okay, thank you guys.
Okay, morning everyone.
Morning, sir.
First, why your result is only 2 pages, guys?
Results.
Result is the core of your research writing, and it's only 2 pages. So you don't need to have 12 introduction, 12 pages, and then only 2 pages of research of the result. Yeah, you have to give more. In my mind, when you are talking about fashion in the 80s, 90s, 2000, and then you will show the pictures here, the examples, and then the detailed information here. So you don't put that. Okay, so add that one. And then, so how many people are you interviewed?
4 people. 4 people.
4 only. Okay. I just wondering, when you ask about 90s fashion to your friend that absolutely not live on the 90s.
No, actually, we have the fuller video. We did interview with one of the teacher, Miss Retno, who's experiencing the 90s teenage. So we did interview with her.
And then, yeah, I mean, like, if you have interview, it means you cannot just randomly ask a person, right? Yeah, Mr. Wiraya. I mean, if you do, what is that? Research surveys, for example. Yes, of course, random survey, 40, 50%, okay. But if you do interview, and if I'm not mistaken, at the first time you make this one, you said that you will interview a designer. Was that happen or no?
No, we changed. That's why we ask the people in TMI and also our research place, like the teachers. They're born in when they're in 90s, when they're teenage, and the 80s.
And we want also give a point of view from like why we ask the students about 90s fashions, because we want to talk about the recycle, and we want to match their answer from the students' point of view and the people who live in the 90s. Is it have a same style like what they say, and we want to prove that if it is same, we want to prove that fashion recycle is occurs on our society like that.
Okay, is it proof?
Yes.
Is it? Yeah, later maybe Mr. Wira will explain more about validity and reliable. But, and then, if you say you are interviewing people, and then, because this is research report ya guys. So everything should be put here. If you interview people, you should give the transcript of your research. Selamat siang, siapa nama kamu? Nino menjawab this one, and then you explain. For example, you should answer your research. You should write down your research result based on the interview, right? Based on the interview, right? So, say for example, fashion in the 80s, 90s, and 2000. You will say based on Miss Retno, who live in 90s era, she said that. You elaborate. This one. But in my mind, if you just interview your friend, which is, I don't know the validity of your friends, of your teachers, different from designer why doing that one then? Why don't you just search in the Google like you do in chapter 3, fashion in 80s, 90s, 2000? Enough, finish. Apa fungsinya interview kalau itu bisa di research? That's why maybe Miss Alpha asking you what is the gap that you are trying to, apa tadi pertanyaan Miss Alpha, to bridge. Masalahnya apa sih? Kenapa sih sampai mau tanya ke temannya? Fungsinya apa? That one. Okay. So if guys, I think should they edit chapter 4 or no? Because their chapter 4 is only 2 2 pages, not enough. So like based on ini explain more, give the pictures, screenshot your all of your interview in chapter 4. Ini loh buktinya kami interview these people. Buktinya ini, jawaban mereka ini, to answer. And then the last from me, conclusion. Conclusion is the summary of chapter 4. I mean like, if chapter 4 you have 4 point, right? 4.1, 3
Yes.
And it's also your research question, right?
Yes.
1, 2, 3. Of course, in your conclusion, you should write down number 1. The summary of how do fashion re-evaluation work. Write down about that one, and then conclusion number 2, fashion look like in the 80s, 90s, and others, and then conclusion 3, how does Western fashion dominate in Indonesia? Okay, it should be clear, 1, 2, 3, and then add your suggestion. Okay, already here suggestion. Now, I write down later it this one. You say that the sample of the questions for the interview. Yeah, write down this one on your what is that, report. Interview 1, tanggal berapa, jam berapa, sama siapa, what is the content of the interview, something like that one. Okay,
Thank you, sir.
Hi, how are you? Still
Good.
fine?
Yeah.
Or dizzy? Okay, many questions should be answered, and also many revisions here. My first question is, do you know why is the gap between the year is 10 years, like 80s, 90s, 2000? Do you see any trend that every 10 years the style will be changed?
Well, yes, there are differences.
No, I mean, why should it be 10 years, not 5 years or 7 years? Why not 8 years? Is there any trend?
Well, specifically, I think the reason we chose those era is because of how I see how the younger generation's point of view mostly point out those era. So we wanted to just research those threes because of their because in this era, I think mostly those three actually came back to this era and became a trend for the younger generations.
So you can say that every 10 years people change. Like
Again.
teen become adult, right? Then. So the gap will be 10. All right. Actually, you can make a research which is different from other research. We call it literary research. In literary research, you just only review the articles without providing chapter 4. Because you don't need to do observation, interview. But what you need to discuss must be deeper than interview, because you will compare the articles, several articles that explaining the style in 80s and then comparing to the 90s, and everything will be based on the article, scientific writing, which has been proven by the researcher, by the expert, and you don't need to have the interview or documentation, because what you need to discuss only articles, and later you will have the conclusions comparing to the situation in Indonesia. That's what we call literary research. But if you want to have research method using documentation, interview, just like as Mr. Yogi said, you must provide in detail. Interview questionnya must be taken from the articles. You cannot make your own question. Yeah, the interview will be the question. For example, 10 questions which show the characteristic of the style in 80s, 90s, and the questions valid from the previous article that has been published. Or you can modify based on your need, but you need to put the references taken from. So it will be valid. And if you want to interview someone, we have inter-rater here, inter-rater reliability or reliabilities. So the answer will be valid. Everybody can trust the person. So you must have at least 2 inter-rater, so you can compare the answer from the expert to your teacher, for example. But everything must be referred to the expert because they have the knowledge. They study the design. But you must have at least 1. But the interviewee can be 2. The intervieweenya can be teacher, can be friend, but everything must be based on the expert or designer. Yeah, that's what we call intern. So the result of the answer will be qualified, it will be valid, it will be trustworthy. Yeah, everybody can, oh yeah, I agree, like that. But if the question from your friend, who are you? Who are we? Yeah? Because they have no knowledge, they don't have education in that chosen or preferred research or preferred field. So better for you to take the expert. That's from Mr. Yogis, yeah. And then from me, what you must understand, the important one is abstract. Abstract is a must, yeah, and it must be provided into 2 languages. The first one English and Bahasa. And in abstract, you must provide 4 at least objective. Remember it well, yeah. I have already written here, so later in university, it's still useful for you. It will be objective, starting with the objective. What's the use of your research? Why you should write this one that you cannot find on Google, gitu. Yeah. Objectivesnya, then second one is method. How will you get the data? And you discuss the data. Yeah. After method, results, and the conclusion. Remember, conclusions must be opinion. Why must be opinion, sir? Because it can be argued by another researcher, so they can conduct another research. If it is fact, yeah, it is undebatable, and everybody cannot continue your research because that's the fact. But if it is opinion, oh, I disagree, I will conduct my research. So that's why research is never ending. Nah, okay, yeah, conclusion. And again, if objective only 1, the research question only 1, yeah, the result will be 1. The conclusions will be 1. If the research question 3, the result will be 3, the conclusions will be 3. So it must be correlated. Yeah, it must be connected. Next, in abstract, keywords. Keywords must be taken from the title, and the title must mention the variable. For example, your variable is the style in 80s, 90s, and 20s. Nah, don't need to write like clothing history. No, there's no word history in your title, right? There's no word clothing in your title, so don't need
to put that keyword. The keyword is to make the people easy to find your article. So from bold to colorful. So you can say minimalist and edgy to bold and colorful. And then the evolution of fashion can be in 80, 19, and 2000s. Yeah, that's from the abstract. And then, now the purpose here, to know about fashion, but yeah, three, the same number, but different point, yeah. Text, for example, your research question is, how do fashion re-evaluations work? Now, the purpose is to find out how fashion re-evaluation work. It must be connected. Because the question is, how do fashion re-evaluation? So the purpose to find out, right? To find out how it happens. Not to know about fashion recycling. It's not about recycling, but re-evaluations. It must be connected. Yeah. What did fashion look like in the 80s, 90s, and 2000s? Now, to inform or to mention or to show how fashion look like in blah blah blah. So everything will be like modified from the research questions into the purpose. Yeah. Okay. The next is chapter 4. If it is interview, just make the transcript. Yeah. From the video, you make the transcript. Nino, you, the interviewer, interviewee, like that. Make the script, the interviewnya. And then documentation, better for you. If you have the video, better to use capture or to provide the pictures here. And you can put in appendix. And appendix comes last after references. But here you come appendix first and then references. Yeah, it's supposed to be the last. Appendixes, references, appendixes. And then, okay, chapter 4 already. Now, conclusion again, yeah, conclusion, the last. As never workout were in 80s, grunge inspired fashion in 90s, it is fact, right? But you can make it like, it is seemingly, it seems that, there is seemingly, kayaknya, gitu. Kayaknya, it's your opinion, right? So it can be debatable. Oh, I don't think so. But if it is, oh, in IT gini, ini gini, udah. People, cannot argue, yeah. Okay, the last references must be alphabetically ordered. Alphabetically means that from A, D, F, W, not random like F and then T and then U, W. So it must be alphabetically ordered, yeah. I've already made notes here, so hopefully you can revise better. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
First of all, I would like to say thank you for the examiners to correct our proposal. And thank you for Miss Alpha, Mr. Yogi, Mr. Wira, Miss Ocha, Miss Fuji, Mr. Jerry, and Mr. Adit. Thank you. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Coba kasih Miss Puji. So which, for the tester you give me 3 at that time in the class?
Yeah.
3 kan?
Yeah.
So which one is?
There is the white one is the P0, which is the without certification, and P1, which is 2.5% certification.
I will get later ya Lina, soalnya because I will take many.
Check.
Yeah, actually the product, the real product is that one sir, but we decided to give the kuah because every bakso should be with kuah.
This is the example lah ya. Kalau jadi kira-kira gini. Which one is the noodle?
Ready, Nina? Okay, good morning, everyone. Here we have Nina for the next presenters or researcher. You will have 15 minutes for the presentation, and the next 15 minutes is the time for the examiners to give the questions. Just be ready for the answer. Thank you, and the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Puji. So, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, all of the honorable examiners, the moderator, Miss Puji, Mr. Jerry, and Mr. Adit. And good morning to the viewers on YouTube. So today, let me introduce myself. My name is Erina Salma Fatina, and I am from grade 12 Social. And today, I'm going to present to you all about my PROLAB research under the title The Characteristics of Moringa oleifera leaves meatballs made with probiotic chicken meat as an effort to prevent anemia in adolescents. So I am going to start explaining the background problem. The first one is about adolescence and anemia. So adolescence is a period of child growth towards maturity that is considered as the second most critical period after the infancy. So they are seen as a vulnerable group and also has a high health risk. One of the health problems that can happen to the adolescents is anemia. Anemia is a condition where the red blood cells or the concentration of hemoglobin is lower than normal. And it has been known publicly as a health problems, but the progress in reducing the prevalence is still low. And according to Marianti 2015, the most common type of anemia is the iron deficiency anemia. And it can be found mostly in Indonesia. So, appear an idea to fortify iron to foods. And the process of fortifying can be done with mixing micronutrients or adding iron-filled ingredients to the food. Based on the problems, I come up with an idea to fortify moringa leaves powder into chicken meatballs made by probiotic chicken meat. Why meatball was chosen? It's because meatball is a type of food that is liked by a lot of adolescents, and it also can be stored a lot longer in the freezer than the fresh moringa leaves. And why did I chose to use chicken meat, specifically probiotic chicken meat? It's because it is cheaper than a lot of red meats like beef, and although it is known that the heating and cooking process may decrease the probiotic in the chicken meat, I still use it considering that probiotic chicken meat is a lot healthier as it is free from any hormonal or antibiotic residue, and then it is also free from pesticide. It is free from salmonella and only have a little amount of E. coli bacteria, and not to mention that it is lower in the fat content. Beside all that, Lampung province, specifically in Metro City, is the pioneer of the probiotic chicken. So by using the probiotic chicken meat, it can be seen as the way to optimize the natural resources in the province. And why we choose moringa? So, moringa is chosen to be the iron-filled ingredients in this research because, of course, it is highly nutritious. So it doesn't contain only a high Fa, but it also contains a lot of other nutrients such as we can see in the slide, around 27.1 grams of protein, and then 2.3% of fat, and 38.2 grams of carbohydrates, and many more. And also, moringa leaves, moringa plants can easily be found in the neighborhood and even in the backyards of our homes. And it can, the use of moringa is also can be considered an optimization of natural resources that is high quality and can be easily found in our neighborhood. And now we come to the formulation of the problem. The question is how to make a type of food, which in this case meatball, that is both liked by a lot of people, especially adolescents, and is highly nutritious. And the purpose of the research is to obtain the best probiotic moringa chicken meatball formulation that is preferred by all of the panelists. And second, to determine the nutritional characteristics of the best formulation that has been chosen by the panelists. Next, I will be presenting about the research methodology of this project. So the type of research that I used was quantitative method that consists of observation and true experiment method. The observation is done by organoleptic test, and the experiment method is done through a lab testing. And there are two stages of the research, which are preliminary and advanced research stage. Preliminary research consists of the meatball making process, including the moringa leaf powder making and the organoleptic test, while the advanced research stage is done by testing the nutrition content in the laboratory. Now I'm going to explain more about the preliminary research stage. So first, we gather the moringa leaves, and then after cleaning and the process of drying with the oven, we grind the leaves into powder, and then we mix it with other ingredients such as ground meat and spices, and then we mix it and we divide it to 4 groups, which are the P0 without fortification, P1 2.5% fortification, P3 5% fortification, and P2 5% fortification, and P3 7.5% fortification. After that, we form the meatballs and we boil it at around 60 to 80 degrees Celsius for like 15 minutes, and then we drain and soak it in ice water for around 5 until 7 minutes. This process is done to stop the heating process that is caused by cooking, so that the protein will not be decreased as much as if we don't put it in the ice water. After that, the meatball is done, and organoleptic test of moringa meatballs is done through a hedonic test to around 30 panelists, and then we can go to the next stage, which is the laboratory test in the advanced research stage. So in the advanced research stage, we test the nutritional value of the best formulation of meatballs that has been chosen by the panelists in the previous stage. So the content that we are testing is the water content, ash content, crude fat, crude protein, and the Fa or iron content. And now I am going to present about the result and the discussion of this project. So as we can see, here is the picture of fresh moringa leaves, and this is like the moringa leaves that has been turned into powder. And then this is the probiotic chicken meatballs fortified with 2.5% of moringa powder. And in the next slide, we can see this is the P2, 5% fortification. This is P0, without meatballs without fortification of moringa. And this is the meatballs fortified with 7.5% moringa. As we can see here, the color of the P0 is white, and when eaten, it has a really compact yet soft texture, while the P1 or 2.5 fortification has a greenish white color, and when eaten it has a more compact texture compared to the P2 and P3, while the P2 and 3 So the P2 is a little bit greenish in color than the P1, and the P3 is the darkest green among all four. And the texture of these two, the P2 and P3, is a lot coarser and more brittle than the P1 and P0. P0, okay. And in the research, we can say that the best meatballs is the P1 because it has a better texture and color in this aspect. And then we are going to explore more about the organoleptic test results. So the organoleptic test results is done by a hedonic test, which use the indicator as color, aroma, and then flavor and texture, and also the overall acceptance. So in the flavor aspect, of course, the most liked by the panelists is the P0, which is 100%. But the purpose of this research is again to find the best formulation of moringa fortified chicken meatballs. So in this case, the best flavor that the flavor that is received the best by the panelists is the P1, which is around 83% of acceptance. And then the lowest being P3, around 45% of acceptance. And then in the aspect of color, the best is again P1, around 99%, and P3 around 58%. And the aroma, the best is also P1 with 99%, and the lowest being P3, which is 63%, and the texture, P1 is 100% acceptance, which is the same with the P0 meatballs, and the lowest being P2 and P3, around 84%. So because all of that aspect, we can conclude that the best acceptance rate of the meatballs is the P1, or the 2.5% fortification. And that leads to the P1 to be tested in the next research stage, which is the advanced research stage. And then here in the table we can see the results of the laboratory test. So here is the name of the component, and then SNI. So the water content in P1 is around 69.3%, with the SNI maximum of 70%. Ash content is about 6.59%, with the maximum of 3%. Crude fat is about 9.97, with the max of 10%. Crude protein is about 38.9%, with the SNI minimum is 8.0% and FA content milligram per 100 grams is about 13.93%. So we can see that the ash content is actually a lot higher than SNI, and that is because the moringa leaf has bunch of micronutrients such as minerals, so it makes the ash content to be higher, but it doesn't really affect the performance of the meatballs actually. And then we can see the main point of this research, which is FA content. So we can see that the P0 has around 5.27% of 5.27 milligrams per 100 grams FA content, while the P1 has 13.93 milligrams per 100 grams. So that means that the moringa fortification has increased around 7.66 milligrams per 100 grams in the iron content. And then we come to the conclusions and suggestions. So it can be concluded that every 1,000 grams of moringa leaf flour contains about 205 kilocalories of energy, 27.1 grams of protein, 2.3 grams of fat, 38.4 grams of carbohydrates, and 28.2 grams of iron. And second, based on hedonic test, P1, which is 2.5% fortification, is the most liked by the panelists. And every 100 grams of P1 chicken meatballs, it contains around 69.3 grams of water content, 6.50 grams ash, 38.9 grams protein, 9.97 grams of fat, and 13.93 milligrams of iron. And the nutritional content of selected formulation chicken meatballs is higher compared to control meatballs. And there's actually the RDA, or we can say in Indonesia, angka kecukupan gizi of FA in adolescents. So in adolescents, especially the girl teenagers, the RDA needs is, RDA needs is about 15 milligrams per day. So as we know, the content of the iron in the P1 meatballs is 13.93, so that it can be considered as a high FA foods. And then with the provision of around so with approximately one meatball is around 10 grams, so that one piece meatball, we can conclude it has 6.93 grams of carbohydrates, 3.8 grams of protein, 0.99 milligrams of fat, 1.39 milligrams of iron. And with the contribution of FAO provision is about 9.3%, which is about 1.39 milligrams. So to provide the to provide around 50% FA from the RDA of adolescents, the minimum serving dose is about 5 pieces of meatballs. Okay, and now the suggestions that the writer can give to this research is first, the meatball, the more moringa is added to the meatball, the less compact the texture is. So further research needs to be done in order to make moringa meatballs that is better in texture. And same goes for the aroma and the taste. Further research is needed to obtain better meatballs in aroma and taste and overall. And the last, this study only analyzes the nutritional contents of which are proteins, fats, carbohydrates, and iron in control chicken meatballs and the selected formulas, which is the P1. Therefore, further research is needed to analyze the content of other nutrients such as vitamin A, vitamin C, calcium, and potassium in the moringa fortified chicken meatballs. So that is all that I can present to you all. I am more than glad to hear any feedbacks or questions from the honorable examiners. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nina, for presents us an interesting research results. Just be ready for the examiners to give you the feedback. Yeah. Mr. Santo, as the third examiner, you can give your feedback. Thank you.
Want to taste the real. In case the examiner want to taste the real taster of the probiotic meatball made from the fortification of moringa, because as we know, when we put the soup water in it, it will be affected to the taste. Yeah, it's okay.
Check.
Okay, it's okay. Maybe you can give it to Mr. Santo first, because Mr. Santo will give you the feedback, yeah?
Yeah.
This is the 5, this is the 7.5. You can use the spoon, sir, because he's forget to bring the fork.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, thank you. Oh, this is P1, P2, P3? Yes. Oh, okay. Okay, I will taste it later, Miss. Yeah. Thank you. Congratulations, Nina, for finishing your project, your PROLAB. Yeah. Well, I have to admit that I really enjoy reading your paper. Yeah. After this, I just want to give you some or a few suggestions. Yeah, not correction, because one of my lecturers said that there is no projects unsuccessful if you finish your project. So it's meaning you finish the projects, and then after you finish your project, you will write your papers. Write your paper is different things. So if you finish your project, actually, yeah, it's finished, but other obligation that we have to rates. But congratulations for having for finishing your projects. Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
The first suggestion for me from me is, yeah, it's about editing. Yeah, in some pages I still see misedit. Yeah, for example, a page you may open. Do you have this one? Or file? Yeah. Oh, you can check from me. Yeah. In page. Wait. Yeah. Yeah. Page 2 and page 3. Yeah. There is one paragraph should be justified. It's still left margin, and then better for me order from page, yeah. And in page 5.2.1 anemia, and then in page in point 2.8 also anemia. Nah, so I think it will be better if the explanation is about anemia, it will place in one point only. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Okay, and then the same point 2.2 and 2.5. Yeah, about moringa leaves. Yeah, you have 2 points that the same names. Yeah, so as long as I know, if same content. If you make a different point, it should be different names. Yeah. Okay, and then page. Wait. Yeah, page 13. Oh, already. Wait. Okay. And then, okay. Oh, this. Yeah. In page 22, chapter 3, it's written bab 3. So you may change to chapter, and then. Oh, also, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Yogi. And still in chapter 3, page 22, point 2A, preliminary research stage. Yeah, dal in this research, maybe you still dal. It should be erased. Yeah, maybe dalam kan still. And then in page 36, yeah, it's result. Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, it's result. Figure 4.6. Yeah, it show in the slide also. You may show me the slide. Okay, one more. Yeah, that one. Moringa meatball organoleptic test result. I think it's better if you complete with the notes with your bar diagram, higher better or lower better. So I don't, if I don't know whether how to read this table, how to read this graph, I don't know whether which one is better. For example, warna P0 until P3 difference value, right? From 4.4 until 2.9. So which one is better, higher or lower? Yeah, just up add some note only. And then still, and then the next table, please. Yeah, that one. Thank you.
Yes,
About the second component, it as content. Yeah, the numbers show that it above the range. Yeah, above the standard, maximum 3, but the result is 4.92 and 6.59. So my question is it cause a problem or is it affect your product? Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I will ask the question of
Yep.
Mr. Santos. So, as I explained in the presentation before, so moringa, especially the leaves, it contains a lot of micronutrients such as like minerals and even vitamins. So, micronutrients are the thing that affects the ash content, but actually it doesn't really have a negative impact to the performance of the meatball. So so I think it's still okay to say that the ash content is still safe and that the P1 is still the best formulation for the Moringa fortified probiotic chicken meatballs.
Okay. Is it written in this paper? No. No. So
No.
I think it's better you add one paragraph to explain that to avoid maybe there is one of reader ask just like me. Yeah. Okay. And then the last two, I think from me, the first one is page 50. The table 4.2 Indonesian women's daily nutrients value by age. My first question is why only women's daily nutrients, not male or not people's? Then that's my first question. And then the last from me, based on your titles, yeah, to prevent anemia in adolescent. So, I think it's better for you to insert the data. How many Indonesians got anemia? I looking for it in this paper, but I cannot find. But I'm quite glad find this one in page 50, yeah, about the female women daily nutrients, yeah, based on the page. But I think if you insert how many Indonesian got anemia, I think it will be better. If the data state that Indonesian got anemia in higher height rate, so your PROLAB, your these projects will give more value to overcome this problem. But if the data said that anemia in Indonesia is still in the low rate, so it means, yeah, just like you written in this page, yeah, this can be one of our what, yeah, try to make Indonesian more nutritious, yeah. So I think there is no kerugian, yeah. There is no disadvantage, yeah, if you can find that data. But I don't know whether the data exists or not. But I hopefully you can find it. Okay, thank you. That's all from me, Nina. Yeah, one more. This is not a correction, just a few suggestion. And thank you for the advisor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Santo. Can I answer the question first? Okay, so in the table, it was only for like women or female adolescents. It's because actually the higher risk of anemia is actually happen to women, and then that actually the male and female needs of iron it's not that difference in the numbers. So like only around 1 until 2 milligrams in the difference. But yeah, I will add. I will try to add the table about the male iron needs, and I'm so thankful for your suggestions, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Yogi, the floor is yours.
Okay, morning, Nina.
Morning, sir.
Okay, some I agree with Mr. Santo, and then I will add more. What is the difference between hedonic test and organoleptic test?
Can I answer?
Yeah. Because
Okay.
here you put hedonic test on page 45, and you refers to diagram 4.6, but diagram 4.6, the title is organoleptic test. So it should be the same, or how?
Okay, so it is actually the same. So the organoleptic test can be done by many way, and one of them is which I use is the hedonic test with the aspect of the flavor, color, aroma, and texture, and also the overall acceptance. So it is actually the same, yeah.
Okay, so because maybe your reader is not all familiar with this, like me, for example, maybe explain that one, yeah, here.
Okay, sir.
And then, okay, you put figure 4.6 and also table 4.1. And then actually, what is that? Mr. Santo also asked about this one. You explain at the back actually, but in my opinion, it will be easier is if after the figure, then the explanation should be there.
Okay,
yeah.
sir.
So, yeah. So because it's like I have to find here and then back again. Okay, and then conclusion, yeah, chapter 5. The conclusion should be on past tense because it happens right before,
yeah.
right? Based on the research, every moringa leaf contained, not contains, yeah. Yeah. Maybe different kan? Yeah.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
And then on the on the formulation of the problem, you write down the formulation of the problem is how to make processed food that are liked by teenagers. Okay, that's the formulation of your problems. And
Yes,
in your conclusion, I think I don't find whether your meatball is liked by teenager or no.
Okay.
Okay, so two possibilities. First, after this, you give to your friends and then survey and then ask them they like it or no. Will they buy this bakso if it is selling, if it is sold, for example, kalau dijual mau beli nggak gitu. Or erase the formulation of the problem. So how to make processed food product in the context of fulfilling iron and minerals without considering it is liked by teenager or no? Okay, of course, if you add the word teenager, it will be more apa ya? Ya, it will be better ya sebenarnya. Tetapi count the time, I mean, is enough or not to make another survey to test this one ya, Miss ya?
If I may give a bit explanation about this test, yeah. Actually, like or dislike test about this product already done when Nina did the organoleptic test to several students and also the teachers, and then that's why Nina used hedonic test, because in several organoleptic tests is the test that should be done using the sensory organ. Nah, hedonic test include in the like or dislike test, and then the averages of this test is that the student like the P1 sample for the meatball. So I agree with Mr. Yogi. Actually, it is okay for the formulation, but you put the explanation in the conclusion that the tester really like the P1 example of the meatball, because the result of the organoleptic based on hedonic test show the evidence like that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yogi and Mr. Retno.
I think that one enough, and maybe just the cover ya. It's what is that? You should give more space here.
Okay.
The characteristic of okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Santo and Mr. Yogi, for your advices for Nina, and also congratulations, Nina, you have done this far, and it's quite good result, and I believe you did a hard job to finish this research. And this is also my suggestion, ya, Nina. Actually, it's not really a correction, ya. In the formulation of the problem, actually better you put the evidence that the chicken, the probiotic chicken, is really free from the residue. Yeah, the residue of antibiotic, hormone, etc. Because at the back there, you put the picture of the prebiotic chicken, right? But it's only a picture of the chicken meat. It is better when you put the evidence also. It can be a picture of the, the content of the chicken, probiotic chicken, and that explain that the chicken really free from the antibiotic, hormone, and low fat content, yeah. And then the purpose.
Where should I put the evidence in the chapter 4? Or?
Actually, it could be in the chapter 4 near the picture of the the chicken probiotic meat picture.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the purpose of the PROLAB in point 2, yeah, because in this research you didn't test the your meatball compare with the iron iron in the anemia patient, yeah. So better you put additional sentence like on organoleptic nugget to overcome anemia in adolescents based on comparison of the iron content from the Morinaga meatball to the daily nutrition adequacy of teenager or adolescents based on SNE standard. Because you only compare to the standard, right?
Yes.
The table that Mr. Santo asked just now, yeah. So you compare the ingredients, the content of meatball, and then the the daily intakes nutrition, yeah. That's the first. And then that's good about the anemia. Why you only choose the female as a subject? You can answer like this, because commonly anemia is suffered by female, usually during the teenagers ages, maternity ages, yeah. When the female got menstrual cycle and also when they get pregnancy and then after giving a birth, yeah. But yes, male it is a rare to got this kind of disease, yeah. And then yes, this is repeated again. What is this? The point of aminemia and then the morinaga, yeah. Maybe mistype, yeah, or something. Next in the page 33, Nina.
Yes, Miss.
Okay. Instead of the fresh leaves, why did you choose the dried moringa, and then why you use oven as the, what is it, process of dried the moringa leaves? Because as we know, in some of moringa production houses, they use like a sunlight, directly sunlight to dry the moringa preparation.
Okay, thank you for the question, Ms. Retno. I will answer it. So actually, I use the form of powder instead of fresh leaf in this research. It is because it has more nutrients, as we can see in this table. Per 100 grams of leaves, it only contains for like 7 milligrams of iron, and in the powder or in the flour, it is becoming into 28.2 milligrams of the iron. So it is used, the powder, it is because it just has a more nutritional value, and also the fresh leaves are actually really it has a really distinct aroma and also flavor. So if we are only like cutting the leaves and then put it in the dough of the meatball, it will, I would say, it will be more
distract the taste,
distract the taste of the meatball. So like it will taste a bit more bitter, and then the aroma will be more unpleasant. So the powder, because I previously have tested with the fresh leaves and then the powder, and I see that the meatballs with the powder leaves the result is a bit better. So in this result, I chose to use the powder. And then except the aroma and flavor, it also it's also making the color of the meatballs a little bit not too pretty to look at, because it becomes like green and not like the usual meatballs color. And then as for why did I use the oven in this research compared to the sun-dried, it's because actually if we dry it with oven, it will make the time for the drying is faster, and the risk of the moringa getting like bacteria from contaminates with like other germs, bacteria from the outside is lower. And then if we oven it, it will actually only take the water content without really messing up with the nutritional value of the fresh leaves. So that's why I chose to use the oven instead of the sun-dried method.
Okay, in other words, you can control the condition that you want, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, so the next is in the page 36, in the figure 4.6. Yes, I do agree with Mr. Santo and Mr. Yogi. You can put the explanation below that. And please put also the explanation what is P1, P2, and P3.
Okay,
so
miss.
the audience will directly understood, yeah. And then actually, in my opinion, you don't really need to compare to put the P0 because it's only the standard or the control. Or if you want to put it like this, you have to give the explanation that the result, the best result, will compare to the P0. Why? Because P0 is the standard and the P1 is the nearest point. It's the best point that near to the standard. Yeah.
Okay, miss.
And then the laboratory test result in my table, it is like tumpang tindih ya. Number 1 with B, number 3 with 4, number 4 with titik, number 5 with F. Yeah. And then for the as contents, this is maybe you missed the point, yeah. It doesn't really matter. Why? Because the as content is refers to the amount of the mineral that contains in the product. So the more the increasing mineral, so the as content will be increased also. But as long as the number is average in daily intakes, it's still okay. So because it is still in the daily intake, even though it is too high compared with SNE, it is still okay for the moisture, yeah. That's for answering. And then another, okay, this is how you should, what is it, yeah? How you can find out how many percent your product can compare the daily intake. So actually, because the product contains 13 milligrams of the irons, while the daily intake need 15 milligrams. So you can put it like 13 per 15 and then cross by 100%. So it will be fulfill the 86 daily intake of iron for the adolescents and also for the teenagers. It could be like that.
Okay,
the last is about the suggestion. You can maybe in my opinion, you can put the suggestion this product or this research can be done also to the patient of anemia. For example, those girls that having the menstrual period, yeah, so they can check the hemoglobin scoring before they got the meatball and then after they get the meatball. Either it is increasing or not. That will prove that your reset is really affected to the anemia. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Nina, I think that's all. Thank you very much and congratulations. Yeah.
Sorry, one more. Nina, please be consistent in formulation of the problem. You use the word teenagers. In the title, you use the word adolescents. Walaupun they are the same, the meaning if teenager, tapi use the same word for consistent ya.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Choose teenager or adolescent.
About the daftar pustaka, Nin, and it is also a question for me, from me. Actually, I heard from Miss Alpha, but it is better if you only put like the last 10 years for the what is it daftar pustaka. So you only put around 2000 berapa 10 tahun ke belakang lah for use ya. Oh ya, use. Okay. Only use the literature that takes 10 tahun ke belakang saja. So no need to put the 1984 something like that. Even though yes, I know it's hard to find ya because it is still a rare for the research ya, but you can find out another journal maybe.
Okay, Miss. Thank you.
Okay, enough. Examiners. The alphabetic. So for ordering A, B, C. Enough? All of the examiners? Okay, thank you, Mr. Santo, Mr. Yogi, and Ms. Retno for giving the feedback to Nina. And Nina, since there are some suggestion, so your PROLAB is not finished yet, you have to add in your report later. You may take a rest. You did great for this research, but after that you can directly revise your report. And you only need to submit one copy of the final report. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay, let me close this presentation by saying thank you very much to all of the examiners, the cameraman, and then the moderator, Ms. Puji, and then Mr. Jerry. And I am more than glad to share this research with the honorable examiners and other teachers. And thank you for all the suggestion. I will try my best to do better and to revise the project, the paper. Okay, thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, guys, all of the examiners, we have Arif here who will present his final research report about future vehicle design in 2022. Arif, you have 15 minutes, yeah, to present.
Okay.
And the last 15 minutes will be the feedback question or suggestion from the examiners. Okay, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Arif Fiatala, and today I will presentate about the future vehicle design for 2022. Chapter 1, Introduction. Every day, vehicles always carry individuals, passengers, and goods to move from one place to another place. Why? Vehicle is important in our life. The automobile gave people access to jobs, places to live, and services. The formulation of the problem. Traffic congestion is one of the stagnation and stoppage of vehicles caused by the large number of vehicles purchased by millions of people. The purpose are to make a self-drive sports car with dual-headed cabin which is inspired from dual-headed cab locomotive, solar panels that can capture energy from the sun and use electric power in case of bad weather. The wheel that closes can open and eject the fluid automatically when there is a fluid, as well as propellers that function like helicopter blades that come out automatically when needed to deal with a traffic jam. Chapter 2 is literature overview. The future. According to Wikipedia, the future is the time after the present. After that, it's overview. Vehicle. According to Salim 2000, transportation is the activity of moving goods or cargo and passengers from one place to another. Second, according to Miro 2005, transportation can be interpreted as an effort to move, transport, or divert an object from a place to another place. And last but not least, third, according to Nasution 2008, it's the transfer of goods and people from one place of origin to place of destination. After that is design. The meaning of the word design is the Oxford Dictionary is a plan or drawing, which made to show the appearance and function of buildings, clothing, or objects before actually being made. And 3ds Max 2015. 3ds Max is a standard Windows-based modeling, rendering, and animation program. Chapter 3, Product Manufacture Method. Product Manufacturing Method. The product manufacturing method used is to make products based on imagination, then described with the help of supporting applications. Chapter 3, Place and Time of Manufacture. Place and time of manufacture are the manufacture of this product is carried out in a room located in Sukarame, Bandar Lampung. The time of manufacture is carried out in the period of December 2022 until March 2023. The Chapter 3, Product Manufacture Method. Stages of product manufacturing are submit ideas, product titles, and mentors who will assist in make of this project. Consultation with supervisors. Setting up the 3ds MX 2015 application. Start making Chapter 1 until Chapter 2. Make design products and completing the report until it's being complete. Plan for designing a car for the future. So this plan for December 2022 until March 2023 are designing a future dual-headed cab sports car which can fly from one island to another island without blowing by extreme weather at the sea and use a propeller blades automatically when encountering a traffic jam and many other obstacles on the road. And also the wheels can close themselves when a flood occurs. So the tools that we use are laptop computer, 3ds Max 2015, and Wi-Fi network. This is a futuristic sports car looks like. And this is a futuristic sports car after designing in 3ds Max with chassis sketch. And this is a futuristic sport car after design in 3ds Max with chassis sketch part 1. And chapter 4, results part 1. And this is a results for part 2, results for part 3, results part 4, and results part 5, along with results part 6. And thank you for the presentation for today. Hope this presentation can useful for us. Me, Arifud Fiatala, thank you for your kind intention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the presentation, Arif.
Yes.
It's quite interesting, yeah, for your future vehicle.
Yes.
Now be ready for the feedback. Yeah, you will get the question or suggestion from the examiners.
Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Santo, you can start.
Okay, thank you. Congratulations, Arif, for finishing your PROLABs until today. Yeah. Okay, Mr. Santo just want give you around 4 suggestions. Yeah. The first one is Arif, is better for you to give page number on this paper. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
Alhamdulillah.
Okay, Arif should give page number. Okay.
Yes.
And then the second, yeah, wait, because there is no page number, I little hard to identify Arif. Okay. And then
making a notes. A page number.
Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah,
page number.
Right, just right. Okay, thank you, Arif. And then the second, chapter 2, Arif, do you got your paper on your table?
Yes.
Coba. Where? Arif, ada nggak di situ? Oh, you may open your file. Soft file, yeah, soft file, document file or PDF document, ya. Okay. Yes, thank you. Arif, chapter 2, literature overview, second page. Ya, point 2.3, 2.3 design. Ya, 2.3 design. Okay. And then the second paragraph. The word design in a new Indonesian word. Yeah. Design you wrote with English, but it is Indonesian word. So I think, in my opinion, yeah, it's better to write design like in Indonesian, DASAIN, yeah. And then nanti Arif, you may check the KBBI, Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia, ya, because you will explain in this paragraph about design in as Indonesian words. Yeah. Okay, that's the second. And then the third, Arif, chapter 3.3.2. 3.2 place and time of manufacture. Yeah. Arif, see the table. The second activities. Simulation car designing in Blender 3.1 application. My question, in designing, in simulating car design, should be done in Blender 3.1 application, or it can be directly in 3ds Max, or it has to be in Blender 3.1 application.
Blender 3.1 lalu 3ds Max kalau Blender 3.1 yang kurang mampu, makanya 3ds Max jawabannya.
Oke, bisa nggak? Can you do this simulating car design directly in 3ds Max? No. Enggak, yang sudah Arif lakukan kemarin?
Kalau yang bulan Maret 2023 yang 3ds Max kalau Januari sampai Februarinya masih menggunakan Blender karena Blendernya nggak bisa, karena saya coba Blendernya nggak bisa, makanya aku terpaksa pakai 3ds Max.
Oh ya, oke. Nah, that's notes maybe Arif can write in this. Ya, Arif untuk ditambahkan. So if there any question from people like me that ask why didn't you do simulation car designing directly in this in 3ds Max directly? Jadi ada alasannya ya. Oke. That's the third and the last. Arif, please open chapter 5 conclusion. Conclusion, okay. 5.1, the first paragraph. Yeah. In the first paragraph, Arif write later this car is planned blah 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 blah. Nah, in my opinion, this word later is closer to suggestion, not conclusion. Ya, menurut Mr. Santo kalau nantinya mobil akan didesain seperti itu sudah seperti further suggestion, ya. So in the first paragraph of conclusion, Arif should conclude. Arif menuliskan apa yang sudah Arif hasilkan, ya. For example, ya, but it is my opinion, ya, whether is it true or false nanti Mr. Jerry known better than me, ya. Misalnya, why in your car designer, your final car design, there is kind of cone. Is it to hold the propeller or something, ya. So this first paragraph, Arif, it should be real conclusion, ya, not later. I think the word later, this color blah 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 is closer meaning to the suggestion. Yeah, okay. I think that's all, Arif, from me. Thank you.
Okay, I will continue. Good morning, Arif.
Good morning, sir.
So, my suggestion and question actually,
yes,
why did you make only the exterior of your car? Why didn't you make the interior of your car?
Because interior is, karena interiornya nggak bisa, karena soalnya di 3ds Max itu cuma bisa bikin eksteriornya aja, soalnya warnanya udah menyatu.
Okay, so in my opinion, karena judulnya punya Arif Future Vehicle Design,
ya,
harus ada interiornya. Boleh interiornya pakai program yang lain.
Tapi
Jadi
nggak bisa kalau 3ds Max yang 2015.
ya, makanya pakai program yang lain. Nggak apa-apa, ada 2 program. Yang penting kan Arif nanti gambar ini mobil, and then you should explain more like the dimension.
Yes.
Ukuran mobilnya berapa, kemudian cc-nya berapa, for how many passengers, setirnya seperti apa. Kecuali judulnya Arif ubah, cuman you may change the title become Future Exterior Vehicle Design, for example using 3ds MX. Nah, kalau judulnya hanya eksterior, ya it's okay. Tapi orang mau beli mobilnya nggak, mau memproduksi nggak menurut Arif? If you only make the exterior, kira-kira pabrik mau memproduksi nggak?
No, itu cuma sebagai konsep aja, maksud saya itu cuma konsep.
Iya, tapi kan tetap prototype.
Vehicle.
Kalau nanti ada yang mau membeli produknya Arif, pasti akan tanya dalamnya gimana.
Dalamnya nanti sudah dibuat, asalkan kalau konsepnya selesai boleh dibuat interiornya.
Konsep kan berarti harus ada bagian dalamnya yang utama. Nanti ngidupinnya caranya gimana, itu konsep Arif. Ya. Nanti iya, saya cuman punya.
Tapi kalau untuk ngedesain mobil takutnya malah masih yang pertama itu saya nyoba-nyoba yang primary di 3ds Max.
Ya, oke, nanti you may discuss with Mr. Jerry ya.
Yeah.
Apakah Arif mau ganti judulnya atau adding the content? Oke, thank you. Mr. Jerry, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Yogi and Mr. Santo. So Kak Arif, as we know ya, kemarin don't forget to tambahkan. Sebenarnya saya sudah bilang ke Arif untuk interior sih, cuman but 3D Max is a very complicated application, so we cannot see the inner of the design if already have the casing ya di depannya, so agak sulit. So kita harus merubah semua and then baru bisa dilihat lagi. Oke, then Kak Arif later kok Mr. Jerry see the design from the sketch and the final result, and then you make the antenna or baling-baling or antenna propeller. So is it different with your sketch?
Yes.
Yeah, because in your sketch, actually with the original, you must have the consistency with between the sketch and also the result. No any additional additional stuff on your vehicle. So jadi later diusahakan sama persis ya. Kalau tidak ada sketchnya, tidak ada antena, maka nanti di hasil jadinya propellernya dihilangkan. Iya, appear. So you know discuss with me first about this one, about the propeller. So I'm shocked. What is the propeller? Yeah. Interior design. Propeller.
But he ever mentioned in the proposal, presentation.
Ya, Karif ya, oke. Ya, halo, Karif. Fokus Karif. Don't forget to make note what Mr. Santo and Mr. Rogis suggest to you ya. Don't forget ya. And then don't forget to consistent. And then later in the university, if you talking about the design even though 3D design or use 3D Max or AutoCAD but AutoCAD you have experience about AutoCAD but Mr. Jerry have suggested to you to make the experience about that one 3D Max and also AutoCAD because it is a very important skill for this application. So nanti Kak Arif dicari orang nanti untuk buat desain bangunan dan buat desain mobil. Jadi mohon Kak Arif dikurangi ya main yang lain-lain ya. Fokus ke desain. Oke, desainer ya. Oke, nanti Kak Arif kan ingin menjadi kaya, benar? Asik, oke. Ya, amin, amin ya Allah, amin. Ya, dan satu lagi ya, bisa bilang tadi terakhir, must be consistent between sketch and also the final result ya. Jadi nanti propellernya dihapus saja. Ya, nanti if Mr. Yogi yang bilang Mr. Yogi tadi, if we only show the outdoor ya, the outdoor sih. Tampilan luarnya, so nanti kita coba ganti judulnya. Kalau misalkan Kak Arif bisa untuk menampilkan innernya, ya, interiornya, maka tetap judulnya tidak ganti. Kira-kira Kak Arif sanggup untuk mengulik interior yang ada mobil ini? Sanggup tidak pakai 3D Max? Oke, jadi nanti mau diubah judul ya. Jadi judulnya kita Eksterior ya. Jadi eksterior. Jadi judulnya kita tambah ke eksterior sebelum desainnya. Jadi eksterior design. Oke? Ya, because ya Kak Arif terus belajar ya bagaimana nanti caranya to look the interior of this 3D Max ya application. Oke? Ya, yang penting sedikit saja. Yang penting Kak Arif bisa ya? Bisa ya? Oke. 3D Max-nya jangan lupa. Kalau misalkan Kak Arif nanti bisa interiornya, maka kita nggak perlu lagi ganti judul. Kalau misalkan ternyata tidak bisa, ya later ya meet with Mr. Jerry again. If Kak Arif nanti bisa, maka kita buat saja interiornya pakai aplikasi lain ya selain 3D Max. Karena kalau Blender terlalu mudah ya Kak Arif ya. Oke, thank you Kak Arif. Halo Kak Arif. Okay, make a note and then don't forget to make closing.
Yeah, just stay over there.
Anyways, if I have some trouble of my design on my script, so please. So anyways, thank you for your kind intention and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi. And I'm sorry. So, anyways, thank you for your kind attention and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Congratulations Arif. Arif, don't forget that you still have to revise your report based on the feedback from Mr. Santo, Mr. Yogi, and Mr. Jerry. Yeah, after this, don't go home. Yeah, ask Mr. Jerry later. Alright, do you understand? You have finished your PROLAB, but for the report you still need to revise it, yeah? Because there is still feedback from the examiner, yeah? Yeah. Propellernya harus dihapus ya, oke? Hilaf ya.
and skill as preparation for the new era. Knowledge, we can keep on charging new things and yeah, in overcome and these obstacles to reach our destination in life. With new knowledge in the journey of life, we will be able to feel change in one life. On these changes are positive changes in life. So the base problem with this is that we are trying to develop an application that are toward to younger audience such as children, but also to students, as our application are meant to and to target those target audience. We meant to make a game-based application. That way, people, these children and students might be interested to join us to create such programming. Now, however, for our limitation is that we only have one person who does everything on scratch, which is the programming part, which is my partner Hashim. I used to learn programming back in junior high school, like when I was still studying coding with Mr. Jerry, but unfortunately, ever since COVID came arrive, I haven't learned much from it. And thus, most of the programming is done by Hashim. So with that out of the way, I would like my partner here, Hashim, to explain more about these programs.
Okay, thank you, Fahad. For that second part, we will start in chapter 2. We will hear talking about the review. So for the first one, we will be talking about the development. What's the meaning of development? Development, it's meaning you writing coding, and after you writing coding is many types of programming. One of the programming is, for example, many language. One of this language is HTML and others language like this. So when you writing code, the code is meaning algorithm. So when you're writing these algorithms, it will change to what was as you want. If you want the app, it become app. If you want it as website, you will make it as website. If you want it to be available for part of the age, it will be. So the development, it have many meanings. So to not be take time, so just I will explain it in the small part. The development is meaning of the codings you did and the algorithms you did it. It will helping you to doing website or app or whatever you want to do it in online or offline applications. So for the second part, we will talking about learning. Learning, it's because my website, as I explaining, my website is my PROLAB. It's talking about developing learning language. So we will discuss here also the learning. What's meaning of learning? Learning, it's mean you study something, and after this thing, it will helping you to know things about your life or about your job later. So this is the meaning of learning. And also in my ProLab, it's talking about website development. So website development, we will teaching people to helping people to how to can learning studying language of programming. For the third part is about programming. Programming, it's language. Many types of language have HTML, have JavaScript, have CSS, have also Python, have C++. So all of this, it's mean a type of programming, is not mean programming yet. It's just a type of programming helping you to doing programming. So it's helping you to doing website, it's helping you to doing applications, it's helping you to can also doing service, to can saving your service, and many things about that. Also, it's helping us to can get connection of Wi-Fi, and also it's helping us to doing the laptops. So the programming, it's helping us to programming many things to use it. And also in that time, it's the main important because the technology, it's become really the highest thing now. So the programming, it's the main now because is join in everything, every small part. When you go to now, we can see the programming. It's joined in the can programming the system of the cars. It's also managed to programming the system of the locking the doors. As we see now the doors, it's become controlling from far away. You can be in other country and you can controlling in your home by phone. So the programming helping us to do the application is communicate between your phone and your door also. So this is meaning about the programming. So for the this one also the qualitative of method and quantitative of the method. So the qualitative and the quantitative of the method, it's different types. The qualitative method, it's a type of what is types of things takes short time, but of the qualitative thing is taking long time. So the difference between them, for the qualitative method, it just takes short time and helping you to doing small parts and just like take a small information to helping you to do something. But for the quantitative thing, it's helping you to do to know more about everything, more details. So it's helping you to know much. For example, if someone just taking a programming to helping him for his study, he will taking he will study the programming, but we will calling his programming study is like qualitative study, like short way to can get his points to can helping him finish his study. But if the person he taking the programming is his job, so he will become quantitative person in the programming because always he will be upgrade from himself. That's its a meaning of the quantitative and the qualitative method. For the after that, we will talking about HTML. HTML, it's one type of the language. It's the main of the language to can helping you to building website, because we have many we have like around around hundreds or thousand language in this world right now. We only know a bit about it, we not know all of it, but one of the things is helping you to building website. It's helping you building the every part in the website, like you doing the title where you put it, also it's helping you to writing the details of the website. And the second one is CSS. So CSS is like making you to how to put every part in the right way, like the coloring, it's managing the coloring on the website, it's managing for example, you want to when you join the website, after you opening, you can like putting if you click in the search, he will making the search is touching like I mean blurring many times or making a flashing. So CSS is helping you to manage all of that, helping you to putting the color, helping you to putting the points in the head, or the putting the points in the right or the left, and also to helping you to manage the size of and the font. Later I will show all of this explanation later in the coding part. Then here it's about JavaScript. JavaScript, it's similar like HTML, but JavaScript is the oldest one. So the HTML, it's the new version of it, but JavaScript, it's the oldest one, but it's still it's the best of the building website one. So for after this, we will talking about PHP. PHP, it's how to can managing or how to can building a database for your website. So for database type, it's PHP. So PHP, it's helping like the small service inside your website. So this is about PHP. And here, XAMPP, it's helping you to communicate between PHP and your website, and also communicate between my SQL also to your website. So this is like type of communication between the coding. So next is MySQL. MySQL also, it's similar like PHP, but here MySQL, it's not like PHP. What the difference between PHP and MySQL? The PHP, it's two things. It's just saving the database and in same time sending to the email. So this is the PHP one. But for MySQL, it's just saving the data, not do anything. So HPP, it saving data and sending the emails, and in same time, if have something correct or incorrect, it's managing this point also. And for the lots, this is the one I making the programming. This is name of the site I making on it my programming. This one of the offline website. Sorry, this is one of the app offline to can building a website and writing your coding. And after this, you can see your coding later. So for the chapter 3, we will talking about methods. So the first thing is about programming structure. So for the programming structure here, the structure of my website is about we building I building, and also Fayed helping me in that. We building website about developing programming learn. So the developing programming learn, we in this website helping people to can get course free for the learning programming and coding, to can helping them in a study or helping them to can doing doing job. This for the programming structure. And the second one is about database. So for the database is the relation between the data of the person and the relation of our website data. So if his data is similar similar with our website, we can allow him to doing his course, because our course, our website is helping people to can learning development, but we doing a limit like since 12 years old, they can allow to doing learning coding. And also in the time, as we see, the technology is helping us to can working from home. So if we teaching this is small teaching these kids to can doing coding, so later they can doing job in online. But of course, the job online, they cannot allowing them to join without the right age for the working online. So we just helping them to can learning until they can doing that online. So in the after this, we will talking about the programming. So we already explaining about this before, but I want to have point. I not do it before. I want to say it here also. Also, the programming is not only for the coding and coding and language. The programming is also algorithms. So the algorithms is for laptops and for any technology, they don't have like numbers 1, 2, 3, 4 like we have. They have like 0, 1, 0, 0, 1. It's meaning something for this. This is the meaning of the algorithm. So the programming is not as we thinking is numbers, is not numbers. The numbers is really complicated. Because it's not as we all of us learning in our junior high school, our premium high school or primary school. We learning is like 1, 2, 3 is not like that. It's for the algorithm, it's something is really different. So if your algorithm is one wrong, if you putting something like 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, it means something. If you put it 0, 1, 1, 0, 0, 1, it's meaning other thing. So it's really big part about algorithms. So programming is not depend on the language also, not depending on language only. It's also depend on these things also, because your coding, it's the directly it's go to the laptop as numbers, is not go to it's not go to your laptop or your system by letters as you write it, because the letters, it's mean numbers for the machine, is not meaning letters, because machine cannot understand letters. The machine is only understand numbers. That's why the algorithm, it's come to helping us to can communicate between our meaning and about our mind and the machine. So here we in chapter 4. Here, this is the points about my website. The first is about dashboard. This dashboard, I will show you all of this in my website and the coding. And second one part is about servers. Third is language. Fourth is registration. Fifth is booking. Sixth is contact. The last one is video. All of this is our parts in my website. After this, I will gonna show you that later. So for the chapter 5 is for conclusion. I will make my friend Fayed will helping us to discuss about the conclusion. And after this, I will gonna show you the full website and the coding also, to can see everything be more clearly with my presentation.
Thank you for explaining all of them. So, in conclusion, what the website the Hashim made is made for? So the main purpose is, obviously, if Hashim wants to teach us the students on how the program languages works. As for the target audience for this studies is that we will mainly teach us like usually like students, but we might also teach like adults to learn about program languages. As for why we target not only one type of person, is that we want to be more open-ended. Like we want to try to teach about this kind of stuff to anyone. We don't want to just focus on one specific person. We want to, we want to teach them on people who are interested in programming languages. And finally, what you making people interested to our website than other websites is that we were trying to be slightly more lenient than most programs, as we also don't want to pressure our students from our program. And then at least at the bare minimum, we teach them for like 2 or 3 years at minimum, so they have at least some experience from it, yeah. And then Hashim also, we talked to Hashim as well, that in the future he might be like hire more experienced people to teach them. So not only Hashim and I who teaches them, we also try our best for the teachers. We try to ask for a person who will do it, because as far as I know, AI based are not 100% accurate. Sometimes they might be wrong, and sometimes they are absolutely wrong with the AI itself, because like I said, AI is not perfect yet. That's how we want to disclose this. Well, thank you so much for today, and yep, that's pretty much it.
All right, thank you for the presentation. Now we'll be ready for the feedback from the examiners. Asim, you want to add?
I just want to share the website and
Alright.
yeah, the product also. Uh, sorry, yeah. So yeah, actually it's gonna have problem, but I will gonna show from the laptop directly. As we as we just see here. Yeah, yeah. Just as we see here, this is our website. So in here, the first thing is about the how the opening of the website. We just here saying hello, like just writing like this. Then here we say we are developing. Then here we view our work, and here the websites about us, and here we can searching. The customer can searching easy, and after this we hear the service. We talking about our service. Then here is the languages. We bought it here. Actually, it's not completed yet, but we could done it. And here for the registration and the time work. So here the time work, we say the time work, and here the customer can register. If he put here his data directly, the data will send it directly to my email. Then after this here, the booking also, we doing similar. After he put his data directly, with the data check first if the everything is right or not, because if he have problem in if we doing later some courses by paying, so we will making the customer pay here. So but actually 90% of this website is working in free. Just 10% it will become by paying. And after this here, the communication between us and the customer, if you want to call or if you want to email us. And here in the last one, it's the video about the meaning of the about development, and that's all for this point. And here, as we see in here, this the coding we make it to can communicate with the other one. This is the THML one, and as we here see, the all of the details like the for the booking one, and here also for the timetable, and in here also as we see the things of the languages, and also here for the server, and this one about, yeah, this one is the opening page, and the last one here for the video one, this one also, this one about the video part, and here in the second one is SCS, this one the communication colors, and the pixel, how to make it the pixels also for every part, and the last one is PHP for to making the database saved, and in same time sending me email when the database done. And I can making a small example for the database point. Actually, I'm not communicate with this one with my Gmail yet, but we can see here, yeah, just putting the, and then here, then after this, directly he send me email, but because it's not online, that's why he just sending me a code. Yeah, that's all for this presentation. Thank you for listening us, and we hope to listen our feedback.
Okay, thank you so much. The first feedback will be given by Miss Elva as the third examiner. Miss Elva, floor is yours.
Okay, guys, first of all is about the, you put in the second chapter is references review, but you don't have any references review here. And then the second question is, did you experience any limitations in your research?
I already learning about all of this language, but I'm not perfect for doing that as online. I can do it as offline just for training, but I hope, yeah, one day I can be perfect to can make it as online website.
Okay, and then, so what is the strongest point of your research?
The strongest point to can make it smoothly for the any person to can learning coding, not make it hard like you must to go in university and learning 4 years to just learning a small part about the coding, and in same time in the as I know in college is not teaching 100% of the programming languages. They just giving you the just like what the opening of every language, so just helping you to can know what is this programming do, how to writing the first thing, but they never helping us to can building website, full website. So in our website we helping people to can doing tutorials until they become perfect in doing website alone, without waiting, without looking for the without looking for books or something like that. They just listening from people doing that, and on same time they can learning from them how to make this. So and in same time we will when we do that as online, we will of course we searching for the people is really perfect in every type of code, every language. Then after this we will tell them to telling them every small part about everything, what is the meaning of the point, what's meaning of the hashtag, and where you put this point and where you put this hashtag, and where you open, where you close, and if you close in here, why it's wrong, and if you open in here, why is wrong, and if you open in here is right, and if you close in here, you must close in here. So we, of course, we will searching for people is really perfect to teaching them a small thing is, I mean, like is they don't need to searching for other places to learning again. This is our main point. Like we give them all of the points. Like we not, of course, the learning is not, you cannot cover all of the learning because learning every day is, we have update and upgrade every day because learning is not stopped. So at least we just covering the 90% from his learn or 60% at least. So it helping him to later when he get any updates or learning, he can manage with this updates. Not takes time to still like he still weak, so still need many experience to can manage the new updates. No, we teaching him to have good experience to when he get a new updates, it's can easy to can join in the new updates.
Okay, after you finished your research, what are your recommendation for future researcher?
For the future researcher, I recommend they like searching for something they can they know it, and even they know it, at least they reading about it as a small thing. Like for example, if he doing presentation about something like that, even he not really 100% know about his presentation, but at least he understand it. If he understand it, so it's enough to he can present everything, and enough to can he found his point where he can research and where he can found his point. Because if you understand the point, you can easy found the thing you searching is not takes time.
Okay, thank you, Hasim and Fayat, and congrats.
Okay, now my turn. Good morning, everyone. I just put some notes, like for example, is your title developing to learn programming languages, font TNR size 16? Huh?
Sorry, it's just a mistake. We forget to.
Yeah, I thought
like we
it
just
is part of the title.
Yeah, I mean, we just took the cover example of the final report.
Yeah, I know.
But me and Hashim just forgot to remove it for the
Yeah,
final
and then
paper. 'Cause
on
we
page
were
4
in a hurry.
also erase this one, yeah, acknowledgement.
Oh yeah, sorry for that. Yeah, just the small things we forget to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because actually we in last we be a bit rushed. That's why we not focus in really in that.
Okay. Actually, I just wonder, see, because you said on your problem here, this application will help the children in terms of the pronunciation, as the application will clearly pronounce the word, teach the children the correct way to pronounce the word. So it dealing with pronunciation of the words you write on, but I didn't see on your web. So
Actually, the website I'm not finished it 100%, but I just like I say my example of that. This is just as example. Actually, I not learning much about that to can doing perfectly every point and cover all of that. I just showing what is my mind, what is my idea about that.
yeah, so in case that happen, then maybe you have to modify your base problem here. So do not write down help children to pronounce if the content of your website is not finished yet. So just write down based on what happened. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you. Maybe Mr. Jerry.
Thanks for the information.
Okay. Okay, Hashim and Fayat. Yeah, later you can see my revision on this one, yeah. Especially for border, page
Yeah.
border, which is actually is not. Yeah. And then, what is different between your website and ChatGPT?
Oh, the difference between my website and ChatGPT, I'm here teaching them to how to learning ChatGPT. There, they give them the answer directly, so they not learning why this point come here, why I put this comma here, and then in same time, they didn't know how to write this all, so they just read it, or maybe yeah, they can just copy paste, and so I'm here, I teaching them to how to learning, not teaching them to how to get the code. Yeah, exactly.
we also try to our best, like humanly possible, to teach us our students on how to do so by step-by-step progress. So because of this, AI chat like ChatGPT usually just you can just literally just ask about it directly, like like they just chat, like the AI will type the corresponding codes immediately, unlike us where we have to give them a bit to learn them all. So that's why sometimes ChatGPT is a bit unreliable, not because it's still not 100% perfect, but also they are unable to to have a teamwork together with us. Well, we are teaching them.
Okay, but actually, later in the future maybe you must have the innovation or creativity about the what is not have in ChatGPT. ChatGPT, what you know, is it a robot, right? Robot, yeah, robot from the what is it, the algorithm, not robot, yeah, but for algorithm, because we can what is it, have the branch of the condition if, and then well, and then for to do and others, yeah, for the programming is about that. And then maybe if you have a pass in senior high school and then continue in literature, please, what is not have in the ChatGPT, you must be have the analyze. But because in ChatGPT is not 100% correct, right? Because yeah, we must be edit again, change again the script, some script, yeah. Because if we make please, we can chat with ChatGPT. Please make me script about the login, admin login, and then they give the admin login, but they don't know what the PHP and then how the relationship will between PHP and then HTML and also MySQL, right? Yeah, because
actually,
that one.
Actually, for ChatGPT, the difference between us and ChatGPT just give you the result. So if you tell him I want to website, ChatGPT, if he give you HTML, mix it with CSS, mix it with PHP, so he not give every part alone. So here, the difference between us and ChatGPT, we teaching people this point, this part alone, this part alone, this part alone. But in ChatGPT, he give you everything managing it together, so you cannot know which side is HTML, which one is CSS, which one is PHP. Later you can manage everything alone, and after this you can do it your website. But if you directly taking copy paste and after this you running your website, it will not. Yeah, it's maybe can work. Yeah, but of course have many things is messy because because ChatGPT he just like he have data. Yeah, ChatGPT is as a database, is not as a coding machine. He just like database. I have database about HTML, so HTML how to write coding. The right coding is starting by opening, then after this you say HTML, then after this here I put comma, here I put hashtag. He just know all of that, but he don't know the rules. He just know the rules, but he don't know when I can put this point, when I can manage this point, when I can communicate between HTML and can communicate with CSS in this point, and how to can doing what that like the font, all of this. He cannot manage that because he don't know the website size I want. So he just give me. So if I don't learning, I will never know which part I must to edit. So first he must to learning from my website, and after this if he want to taking my learn and do it as tutorial by himself, it's okay. But if he want to later taking from ChatGPT, also he can do it. but at least he learning about that. So he later, when he taking from ChatGPT, he can later can taking HTML, celebrate everything alone. Then after this, he can later can do it easy.
Okay, so the point is later you must be have you will have the innovative website, yeah.
Yeah.
Better than ChatGPT.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because ChatGPT is limited, right, for the script. And then later, so maybe yeah, maybe some people is not maybe some people is disagree about this one, yeah. But yeah, we don't know, this is the future, right? Yeah, maybe they have the easier from the someone or something, yeah. So okay, the first one, and the second is the function of the ID card, the debit card on your website is what is?
The function of the booking, yeah, we, as I say before, as my explanation, I just say this for the child also, for the children, and also the adult, and the old people also, they can use it. So I just say it's free for the easy levels, all the easy levels. So when the person here want to continue in our course in the last level, when he just 100% he can building website. So the last level about security. So for the security part, we will let him pay for taking the security part learning. So that's why I just put this part for the booking part.
Okay, so later, if this website is complete or yeah, ready to launch, please think again about this one, because it's very very important, yeah.
Yeah.
So the data of the
Yeah,
customers must be here, right? So
Yeah,
you
exactly.
know what the number, and then maybe the
So
something.
yeah, the master, the
something
security, it will be a high security. Yeah.
It's okay. Okay. Thank you, Hasim. That's from me.
Yeah,
Thank you,
thank
Hasim.
you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Miss Elva, Mr. Yogi, and Mr. Jerry for giving Fayat and Hashim the feedback for your research report. Okay, and then you have done good so far till you finish and present today, but it hasn't finished yet. You have to revise your final report, since there are some suggestion and feedback from the advisor, from the examiners, yeah. So after this, please sit together to finish the revision. Okay, thank you. You may close your presentation.
Thank you for that, and thanks to all of the teachers for our feedback, and I hope in next time we will doing the best. Thanks for all, and here the fight.
Revise it, yeah, today. Good afternoon, everyone. Now we have Salsa Bila Zati, Salaisha Nazira Bazar, and also Zahwa Zakina as the first presenters for this afternoon. You have 15 minutes. Please manage your time for the presentation, and the next 15 minutes will be the feedback, can be questions or suggestion from the examiners. Okay, without further ado, the floor is yours.
Almost all of us agree that the year of 2022 is really affected our life. We can feel very different significant after the pandemic has passed. Pandemic not also affected the economic sectors, but also the education sectors, which mean the students. So how does the teenagers' mental stability, emotional stability, condition through the pandemic era? So, good morning, Mr. and Miss. My name is Salsabila Zatiawan.
My name is Salaisa Nazira Bazar.
And my name is Nurza Zakina.
And today we're going to bring out some topics about the teenager mental stability conditions through the pandemic situations of students of Tunas Mekar Indonesia Senior High School.
What are we going to discuss? So in this afternoon, the topic that we will discuss in this presentation about our final project is about emotional stability through the pandemic era of teenagers, especially for the TMI senior high school students. Remembering that the pandemic that happened 3 years ago, it's affected to most of all of the sectors, especially and in this project we focus the academic sectors, and in this research, the researchers are focused to the emotional stability when the students do the learning process in the pandemic era.
So in our research, there are 3 main points that we focused. So for the first purpose is actually to raise awareness about the emotional stabilities of students, especially during the pandemic. And then the second points or purpose that we want to focus is to know how much the impact of the pandemics for the emotional stability to the Tunas Mekar Indonesia Senior High School students. And then the last point or purpose is to find out, does the Tunas Mekar Indonesia Senior High School students emotional stability give impact for the school life? So we can conclude from our purposes is actually to focus on the societies to know how important or how does the pandemic affect the students of Tunas Mekar Indonesia Senior High School.
So our research subject consists of 90 TMI SIH students, start from grade 10 until grade 12. That consists of 49 male and 41 female. And we also distributing the questionnaire through the online survey. And for our final product, we will make the interview video that we will play it at the end of this presentation.
To get more accurate result, the researchers not only take the data from the questionnaire that we already shared to the TMI SHS students, but we also conduct the interview and discussion with the psychologists, namely Ms. Maria Novitawati. In this discussion, the researchers ask several questions dealing with our topic research that it will help it help us so much to do the conclusion of our research.
So like what we said before, that we also did a survey for the students of Tunas Mekar Indonesia Senior High Schools, and these are the research results from the questionnaire that we have gave. The first questions is, how does the pandemic impact for the emotional stability of the students? And it shows that almost 45.6% says it was okay, and 29.8% say yes, and the rest say no. And then for the next questions is which learning systems that they prefer, and almost 80.7% or most of them chose the offline learning system.
And for the next question result, asked if the environment provide the moral support. And as we can see here that almost most of them answered maybe, that means they not sure enough to answer it. And 40.4% they said yes, and the rest 14% they said no. And for the last question result, ask if are the pandemic give the impact for their school life. And here we can see that most of them are agree that the pandemic give them their impact for the school life, and 21.1% said maybe, they're not sure, and the rest 8.8% said no.
So this is our final product of our research. Our final product is the documentary and opinion video from the TMI senior high school students. And now we will show you some clips of our video.
So because the time is almost half hours, so we're going to skip to the main part, which is the interview for the students and also the discussions with the psychology Miss Maria Novitawati.
These are the example of the question that we asked to the interviewee. And this is when we have a discussion with the psychologist, and she told us so many psychology theories dealing with our topic research.
Okay, jump to the conclusion. So from our project, we can conclude that first, TMI senior high school student felt a big impact from the learning system during the pandemic era. Second, they prefer to choose offline learning system because they feel more effective and they can interact with the friends and the teachers, as we know that each individual needs to get some social energy. And third, TMI senior high school students not aware enough to their emotional stability. We can conclude this because from their reason, they not yet know how to deal with it yet. And fourth, from the respondent, we can conclude that the female are more pressured while learning in the pandemic system, because, and from the data, women are more affected than the male. And the last, many of people still do not know how to measure their emotional stability. It is because of they do really know how there's a changes in their life, but they do not know the classification and the borderlines of their emotional stability changes.
So I think that is all from the three of us, and we would like to say thank you.
Okay, hello guys. The first is in your paper, the words attachment, it should be changed into appendix, because in This one. I mean, yeah, I know lampiran, it could be attachment, but in research, it should be attachment. Appendix, sorry. Appendix, be appendix, sorry. And then for your methodology that you use a quantitative method, so what is your dependent and independent variables from your research? Dependent and independent variables from your research. Yes.
Please could you make it a little more simpler for the questions?
Iya, like variabel bebas dan variabel terikat dari penelitian kalian.
Variabel bebas itu variabel yang muncul dari perlakuan yang ada. Variabel terikat, ya perlakuannya apa?
Variabel bebas yang muncul. Variabel terikat itu yang perlakuan yang So based on the questionnaires, we ask 4 questions to the interviewee. So for the first one is the impact of the pandemic for their emotional stability, and then next is also the main question is the impact of the pandemics on their school life, and it shows that most of them feels that the pandemic does give them an impact for them.
Yeah, so the main point of our question to the students is what they feel about the changes of the learning system before pandemic and when the pandemic era.
That's all, guys. Nggak ada tambahan lagi.
I think that is all for now.
Okay. Okay, from your research, what research findings that surprise you?
From me, the answer of the questions that gave me a shocking result is actually the first questions. I thought that most of them will say yes, but it turns out they say it was okay.
Okay. Any additional? Okay.
For me, the result that surprised me when we do the research is when we have the discussion with the psychologists, we ask that what is the borderline for the teenagers to have unstable emotional stability. At the beginning, we think that it is a complex reason to know that if we have unstable emotion or not. But the psychologist's answer is when we already feel that we have changes, even though it's only small changes, it's already become that we have decreasing our emotional stability. So it's one of the interesting point when we do the research for me.
If for me, actually I didn't have that shock result. I already predicted.
Okay, thank you guys. That's all from me.
Okay. First, please fix the pages ya. Later I give you the note in this, and then when you have like this, you should have consistency. For example, in chapter 1 you use what is it ya, tab itu apa, spasi yang menjorok ke dalam. what do you call it, indent. And then on chapter 2 you don't use that one, dan dilangkah. Nah, so please make it consistent which one you will use. If you use like chapter 1, it means you don't need space between paragraph to the next paragraph. Tidak ada spasinya. But if you choose like in chapter 2, okay. Okay. So please choose one. And then here you said that you have attachment or appendix, page 29, page 99, but attachment or appendix should be put at the back. So if you consider those things as the appendix, so should be here all. But I don't think this is attachment. So say for example on page 19, you have this picture, right? This figure. So below the figure, write down figure 4.1, the impact of blah 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 blah. Okay, and then you explain from the figure above. There are 43 point something students that feels this one. Okay, so because I cannot read these tables, maybe other also. Okay, so give the explanation. Nah, the pictures, this one, maybe this is the appendix, should be put at the back. It's okay, the pictures. Okay, and then your chapter 4 should be revised. I think chapter 4 and chapter 5 as your research questions. From all the questions, the researcher will focus only question number 1 and 3, right? So only does the pandemic situation have a big impact, and then do TMI senior high school students realize they were stressed? Only that one, right? So it is yes, no questions. It means chapter 4.1, the pandemic, the impact, the title of 4.1, yeah, the impact of on the emotional stability during pandemic situation. Okay, so you will give the answer. It means yes or no, right? Does the pandemic situation have big impact? Yes or no, right? So you may like, for example, to answer those questions, we have several questions. For example, 4.1.1, the impact of pandemic for emotional stability. 4.1.2, learning system selection preference. And then you explain, give the picture, the figure, and then after that explain. From this, from figure 4.2, we can say that 88 students choose offline, and then 10 student hybrid, blah blah blah, for example. Then figure 3 and 4 also like this, to support your research questions 1 or 3. Okay, and then in the conclusion, it means you all will only have 2 conclusion. Okay, conclusion number 1, yes or no, pandemic situation have give big impact. Conclusion number 2, TMI student realize or no, based on what you get. Okay, and then for example, to answer those things can based on the answer of the students and also based on the answer of the psychologist, right? The psychologist. So write down about that one. chapter 4. The first figure, and then explain, and then the second from the psychologist said this one, this one, this one. And you need one more appendix, the transcript of your what is that, interview, ya. Transkrip interview dilakukan tanggal berapa, di mana, jam berapa, pertanyaan. Ya, the questions and then the answer of, ya pokoknya percakapan itu ditulis. Ya. Oke. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Miss Elva and Mr. Yogi for the advisors. And then from me, actually it's quite good, yeah, but you miss some things in this report, and I don't really have enough time to check it because until this morning Salaisa said to me, Miss, ada yang diperbaikin lagi, and then Salaisa didn't give me the ini ya. Like in the approval page, actually Mr. Yogi hasn't signed it. Yeah, so basically only me agree with this.
You don't want
paper.
to sign.
Well, Mr. Yogi said,
I cannot approve this.
yeah. See, so
you have to ask my sign before you copy.
this is for your learning process, yeah. Later on, you will face these things again in the university life, yeah. Please, yeah, make sure you have the sign of the lecturer before you present the report. That's the first thing. And then, yeah, I do agree with Mr. Yogi for the conclusion. Compare with the research questionnaire and also research purpose, because actually in my knowledge, in my opinion, conclusion in the 5th chapter, it should answer the question of the research and also answer the research purposes. So in this matter, actually you guys haven't answered some question in the research question and also in the research purpose. For example, like to raise awareness about emotional stability, especially during the pandemic. How to raise the awareness of the student? You didn't explain it, you didn't put it in conclusion, right? Because I cannot find it. And then, yeah, the impacts already, and then we goes to the benefits of the research. You said in the 3rd point, to solve the problem of TMI senior high school student dealing with the emotional stability during the pandemic. Well, I didn't see the problem. What are the problem that student face during the pandemic in online learning process? Yeah, what kind of problem that they face is, you didn't explain it and you didn't put it in the conclusion. When here in the research benefit, you write to solve the problem. How can you solve the problem if you cannot know what is the problem actually? Yeah. So actually, what is the problem, see?
The problems we got from the interview that we did from the interviewee. We asked several questions, right, for the interviewee, and we asked why do you prefer offline learning systems, right? And most of them answered that offline learning systems more effective for them. And it is also stated from Miss Maria. It says that social interactions is the one we needed. So when we do the learning system in the pandemic, we don't have like social interactions.
Yeah, so better you put the problem, one of the problem is about the social interaction, and then the other problem, for example, the student get hard to catch up the material during the online system. That's why they choose the offline system. And then how to solve it, because you said to solve, yeah, you have to explain how you guys solve it. Even though it is only like suggestion, but try to make it based on another research or another literature, ya. Okay, later hopefully you can fix it before you guys print it out once more time to give the final, ya, to Miss Puji. And then yes, actually I ever told you guys before Lebaran, ya, before holiday, ya, that in every diagram, every picture you have put the title. Ini diagram apa, ini diagram apa, gitu. And then maybe better, ya, still you still because you still have a time, maybe you can make this like continue using English. And then later on for the diagram like this, ya put the color, ya. Because if you put it like this kan we don't know mana yang ya, mana yang tidak karena warnanya sama aja. Gitu. Oke. Nah. Ya, better later on ya related to the research benefit ya, so that this problem in the chapter 4. What kind of problem that the student face during the online learning process. And then if you see in the part 4.2 discussion, why it is ujuk-ujuk? What is ujuk-ujuk? Suddenly number 7 and then number 8, 4.2. Well, actually at the latest report I didn't see, ya.
It was
Ya
actually
kan?
automatics and we didn't see it. Yeah, we didn't notice it.
This is new, Mister. That's why ujuk-ujuk 4.2 and then 7, 8. Nah. Okay, that's you have to fix it, guys. And then maybe later we can ask ini ya about appendix or attachment. Maybe what they want to make sure it is ini Miss Elva, daftar gambar, daftar grafik, daftar tabel. It is appendix, ya. Ya, appendix, ya. Okay. Okay, I think that's all. Actually there is not much revision, ya. But what have Mr. Yogi and Miss Elva advised to you, it's will give you a benefit later on in the university life because you will face this kind of report so many times in the university, ya. Gitu. And then once more, it is about the variabel bebas dan variabel terikat, independent variable and independent free independent. Ya, Miss Elva plus correct me also, ya. Jadi variabel bebasnya itu ya jawaban dari siswanya itu. Tapi variabel yang terikatnya ya pertanyaan yang kalian berikan, gitu. Jadi variabel terikatnya ada berapa, ya? Ada sebanyak pertanyaan yang kalian berikan. Variabel bebasnya apa, ya? Ya jawaban-jawaban itu. Oke, berarti iya benar harusnya keluar hipotesis awalnya, ya, tapi dia nggak disebutin hipotesis awalnya di chapter 1. Oke, thank you.
Thank you.
This topic is too easy for you.
No, it's not easy.
Because you just want to know the students feel stressed or no.
That's why kan they should develop the questions, kan? Masalahnya itu apa aja, mana yang paling besar, mana yang paling utama. But somehow,
Harapan besar ada produknya apa, or maybe yang from the psychologists itu bukan kan, maybe it is the solution atau how to overcome the problem. So from the students you get the problems and then you ask the psychologist, this is what happened with our students, saran ibu apa. Nah itu mungkin hasilnya.
and then compare loh, this table is about the problem and then this is the solution that they could try. Jadi untuk kedepannya mereka bisa handle.
Apa itu bisa?
What is framework, Miss?
Kerangka berpikir.
Outline. Outline.
Because this is about qualitative research, memang a bit hard because there will be no measure
kualitatif.
Okay, Miss and Mr.
Mereka ini kuantitatif ya.
Kualitatif. Kuantitatif kan angka, terukur.
Harusnya memang angka. Tadi di sini.
Oh iya di grade.
Maka sebenarnya tidak boleh ini nih, for example, Indonesian kalian tadi generally most of the students, nah generally itu berapa persen?
Karena di sini udah ada numbersnya, but they said general, jadi kayak mengingkari.
Like number ini ya, 4.
Conclusionnya itu, conclusion number 1 you said generally, right?
Yeah.
45.6 students feel they are really stressed. Nah ini juga belum dijawab actually. How to raise the awareness compare the research purpose. There is no in the conclusion, right? How to raise the student awareness. They're
Because
not aware, right?
actually research question and research purpose should be the same.
Okay.
Kalian malah beda. If the research question is do the students feel stress or no, the research purpose to know whether the students feel stress.
So we can take it from the questions that we give. Okay.
Okay, that's good.
Okay, thank you, Miss and Mr.
Okay, good morning, everyone.
Morning, Miss.
Yeah, now we have Nino, Ibra, and Fatih for the next presenters. You have 15 minutes. Please manage your time for the presentation. And there are 15 minutes also from the examiners to give their feedback, whether suggestion or question. Yeah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Miss. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, judges. Good morning, the honorable examiner and the honorable moderator. So today we would like to present our PROLAB, our last project, which met games. So the background of our project is because us as a researcher felt that mathematics is an ability that is an ability that must be mastered by all kind, including children who live on the street. Mathematics can help them solve basic living problems such as selling activities. However, the problem in learning mathematics itself is the difficulty of students in working on problems or the difficulty in mastering the mathematical formula. One of the factors that make it difficult for students to understand is the material given is that students feel bored with the learning method.
Purpose: to know children mathematical skill in playing snake games, a snake point game of street children elementary school at Way Halim Borouge. Research question: how are children mathematical skill in playing snake point game of street children elementary school at Way Halim Borouge?
And then for the benefit, the researcher divide into 3 benefit. There are the first one is for the street children, second is for the reader, and the third is for the researcher. So the benefit for the street children is to give the same opportunity for those kids who never attend the formal institution or school, so they can master the math ability at the same level as the kid who get the formal institution. And then we hope that that kind of skill can help them to survive and get out from the poverty. And the second is for the reader. So the benefit for the reader is to acknowledge and broaden the view of the reader about kids living poverty, the importance of science for them, and the way to help them. And the last one is for the researcher. The last one is for the researcher. The benefit for the researcher is to increasing the personal interest or knowledge and contributing to humanity, as well as developing skill and interest of the researcher.
Observation paper. So in this project, we use observation paper to observe the ability that the street children have after playing our game and before playing our game. So there is 3 category here, TB or tidak baik, and then CB for cukup baik, and B for baik. In this score, we use them to measurize the ability that the kids have. And then this is the observation paper result. So in the result, we have indicator for student grade. Di sini, here we have siswa mampu mengerjakan soal secara mandiri tanpa kesulitan, which means they are do it independently without our help or any assistive devices. And then is siswa mampu mengerjakan soal dengan bantuan peneliti. So during the game, us as a researcher will help them to solve the problem given by us, such as give them the skills and etc. And last but not least is the last, siswa mampu mengerjakan soal dengan menggunakan alat bantu. Assistive device that we meant here is calculator, and yeah, after they play the game, and then we calculate whether they are in the TP score, TB or B. And then there's jumlah and rata-rata. So here we could see that in the first indicator, there are 6 children who are very bad after playing the game, which means they don't have the skill needed to solve the problem. And then after that, there are CB or cukup baik after playing the game. They still need some help. And then after it is baik, which means they are very independent on doing the question. On the second indicator, there is siswa mampu mengerjakan soal dengan bantuan peneliti. There are 4 children who are very bad after we help them with the skills. And then cukup baik, there are 2, and 4 children who are good after we help them. And then in the third indicator, there are 2 children or 20% who are still very bad after our help and also using assistive devices. And then cukup baik, there are 2 also, and in the good sector there are 60. So the jumlah is 12 as right here. So the result of the project that we made is based on the result. It is found out that in the first indicator, where students are able to work on question independently without difficulty, the respondent who can complete the game well is only 1 child or 10% of the children. In the second category, there are 3 children or 30%, and in the last, there are 6 children or 60% who managed to finish game in the bad category. The second indicator is where students are able to work on question with the help of researcher. There are 4 respondents in the tidak baik category, 2 children in cukup baik category, and 4 children in good category. The third or final indicator is when students are able to do question using assistive device, such as calculator. There were 2 children in the bad category, 2 children in the quite good category, and 6 children or 60% of total children in the good category. Therefore, it can be concluded that the level of ability of children in solving math problems can be categorized as not good because there are still many children who cannot solve basic math problems independently. This is the publication, the proof of the game that we use.
So that's all from us. Thank you.
Without saying anything, suddenly thank you.
Okay, thank you for the presentation, for the time of the examiners. You want to show or simulate the...
So this is the object that we use to mesmerize the skills of the children. So the children will play the game similar to SHSTMI, like so they just have to roll the dice, but each box have their own question. It's easy, medium, and hard. And then during the game, they could ask us as a researcher to help them, or if they if they still cannot do it by themselves, we gave them an assistive device such as Google or something. This is the question.
For example, you use dice.
Yeah.
And then I got 2. And then I will go to
here, red. And then we give them the red question.
Red. Red. Yeah, red should be in red.
This is red.
Can I see?
The
50% from 38. Okay, if I can answer correct.
If they can answer correct, which means they are in the first indicator, which is
I will
good.
stay. I will just stay in number 2.
Yeah.
But if I get, what is that? If my answer is wrong, yeah, I just stay also.
Yeah, but we help them until they find the right answer.
So basically, the question doesn't have any connection with the progress of the perjalanan dadunya itu nggak kembali.
No, it's just how we measurize the ability. And we gave you all the observation paper to solve the result from each student.
Okay. Before I give some my opinion, honestly, I'm a little bit surprised because I've never met them before, and this is the first time we meet. Yeah, because they said they changed the examiner. Okay, yeah, okay, that's okay. Okay, so from a glance of your explanation, actually I have some question and some suggestion. So, suggestion first or question first? Okay, question first. My first question, how many meeting that you do for this research to the street children? Berapa kali pertemuan?
With the children or?
With the children. You play the game with the children how many times? I mean how many meetings?
How many, there are 10 child that.
So only once meeting with the 10 children directly?
Yeah.
Gitu. Yeah, like that ya?
More or less like that, yeah.
Okay. So next question, it's connected with your title, Analyzing of Snake Point Games in Improving Mathematical Skill. Can you explain to me how to improve something only in one meeting? What is the evidence that with playing the game, they can improve their mathematics skill? Because I read here in the table of content. Yeah, there is a different title. In the table of content, there is analyzing of snake point games in improving mathematical skills. So which one is the correct one? The title, analyzing children mathematics skill in playing snake point games, or snake point game in improving mathematics? Improvingnya nggak ada. So this is mistake. Nah, little mistake but big, big ini loh, impact. Okay, so you only analyze that this game can. Nah. Okay, so from this game you can analyze that children's the mathematics skillnya itu good or not gitu ya. You can answer the question or yeah. So Like Mr. Yogi said ya.
What did you say?
If your title like that, in my opinion, it's only you have a game. So Miss Ica, please play the game. I want to know whether Miss Ica can play your game or no.
The game is supposed to be we give them the game, and then by them playing the game, we know whether they could do it or not. So it's still analyzing.
So you analyze the game or analyze the children
Yes,
mathematics skill?
children, The skillnya, the skill.
Skill of playing game atau
Skill in math. Skill in math. This is the method that we use to. This is only the method. This is not the product. This is only the method for them and for us to measurize their skill.
Okay. So by playing that game, you will know student or children's mathematical skill. Yeah. In elementary level.
Yeah.
Yeah.
it's children are-
Okay. So 6 children ya? 10 children. And what is the connect? Why you choose street children?
You can saw on the background a mathematical skill is an ability that must be mastered by all time, including children who live on the street. Jadi sometimes a lot of people think that mathematics is only for them who are attend public school. We never actually measurize or ask the ability that the kids have on the street. But that's one thing that must be able to do by everyone.
So okay. Because I found so many inconsistency ya in your proposal ya. Jadi kayak ini arahnya mau ke Jogja, apa ke Jakarta, apa ke Bali gitu ya. So guys, in my opinion ya, if you do research like this, you need more meeting pertemuan gitu. Ya, karena kalau jadinya kita bisa jadi will be subjective if only one meeting. Bisa aja on that day itu si street childrennya it not good condition, so when answer the question jadinya sebenarnya pinter gitu, tapi karena sakit atau kendala puasa mungkin jadinya kok nggak konsen. So that's my langsung ke suggestion ini artinya ya. And then karena kalian yang tampilkan adalah snack point gamesnya, tapi di dalam proposal ini Miss Ica tidak menampilkan snack point gamesnya itu yang seperti apa. Artinya apa yang harus dilakukan? Berikanlah di lampiran. Ya, all the question that you give for them itu also give dikasih di sini. Sebenarnya your idea ini so in my opinion is good sih. Ya, with game you want to know a mathematical skill of street children, yeah, but it's only one meeting. We can say it, you can menilai ya, bisa menilai kalau anak ini tuh bisa melakukan gitu. Do you have apa namanya? Pernahkah kalian melakukan penelitian awal sebelumnya?
Kita pernah nanya dulu survei ke anak-anak.
Okay.
So we ask the children around Pasar Halim do they attend school or not, and then if they do sampai what material, terus what do they feel when doing math, is it hard or is it fun or do you like it or not?
Okay, and the person who did the game is the same person that you have pre-observation or not?
Yeah, so for the observation we asked 3 children, right? And that 3 children is also one of the player.
Oh, one of the player, not all ya?
Enggak, kan there are 10 kan, but yang awalnya cuma 3, so the 3 playing, the 7 is other children.
Oh. And other children, have you asked all the same question also?
No.
No.
Only the 3.
Why?
Because we met them on the spot.
So it's better for the next. Maybe you can add in here that jadi ibaratnya ketika data awal yang kamu peroleh itu adalah A dan kamu menerapkan penelitiannya ke A, itu bisa dikatakan valid. Contohnya nih, Miss nanya opini ke Ibra, ke Fatih, ke Nino, tapi yang melakukan bukan kalian bertiga. Ada hubungannya nggak kira-kira? Ya kan? Jadi it's better for you for the next research, the same pre-observation sama the person who do the research, it should be the same. Okay. And also kalau soal penulisan dan lain nanti sudah ada expertnya lah ya. We are going to the chapter 4. Di sini, in my opinion, you guys, if you show the table, you need more explanation, gitu ya. Because for the example nih, in the first indicator where students are able to work a question independently, ya udah cuma 10% and then third children 30%, ibaratnya kayak gitu. You can also add the situation and also the condition when they have the play game, apakah tipe kesulitannya itu gimana, tipe contoh-contoh pertanyaannya itu yang seperti apa gitu, tipe kecurangan, kan di sini kalian bilang ada kalau bertanya itu kayak curang gitu kan, cheating, anything cheating ya. You can explain more in chapter 4 gitu. Jadi nanti in the conclusion ketika kita membaca, oh ternyata yang curang yang dijelaskan tadi itu yang seperti itu gitu. So the last lah ya ini, apakah tujuan penelitian kalian terjawab?
Jawab. From the result.
Here. Therefore, it can be concluded.
Therefore, it can be concluded that the level of ability of your children in solving math problems can be categorized as not good because there are so many street children who cannot solve basic math problem independently.
You need more street children Halim over there. Kalau misalkan you only write down street children, ya there is so many place, right? Jadi kalau your place for the research ya Halim ya just tell the Halim. Dan kalau di sini di judulnya ada Halim, di chapter 2-nya ada Halim. Ada nggak? Ya, at least di bagian street children you can add more. Halim itu di mana sih? Maybe person from, nggak usah jauh-jauh deh, di Jakarta pasti belum tentu tahu semua Halim itu di mana bagian Lampung, Bandar Lampung gitu ya. Oke, itu aja sih from Miss Ica. Thank you.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you, Miss Ica. I will continue. The first, do you bring your report with you? This. Okay. Title, page, proposal. It is not proposal anymore. Okay, and then please make sure about the rules of write down the page. Page 1. Page 1 is chapter 1, should be page 1. Tapi setiap judul the page should be hidden. Paham ya?
Understand.
Nah, before chapter 1 itu what is Romawi in English? Angka Romawi, what is in English? Angka Romawi. Roman ya, yang kalau page 1 ya 1 yang atasnya titik itu loh, I. Ya, it's different ya. Yeah, Roman numbers, yes sir. Yeah. Okay, and then what is that? After the title of each chapter, you give the introduction, right? In this introduction, researcher will blah 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 blah. You do that, right? But it should be justify and not bold. Jangan dicetak tebal, biasa aja. Okay. And then the page later. Nah, and then your from the beginning, your what is that? Abstract. You should also mention the result of your research in the abstract. Satu kalimat, 1 or 2 sentences. Okay, and then table of contentnya yang like what Miss Ica said ya, improving mathematical skill. Okay, and then the same as Miss Ica here at the first, you give this to us. What for? Yeah, put it in your report as appendix. What is appendix? Lampiran. Ini dimasukkan ke sini. And then also some pictures. How can we know that this putri is real? Siapa tahu hanya tulisan Ibra aja, yang penting isi satu-satu ngawur. You have to show the proof, the pictures, and then the pictures of the game, the picture of the snake and ladder, ya, lampiran, and then list of the questions, yang easy, question 1 apa, question 2, so we know. Okay, but before that, who what is that? Who say that this question is easy, hard, based on what?
Based on the so the green question, it's the question of like kelas 1 or kelas 2.
How do you know that?
Because the material.
Yeah, I mean, how do you know that this material is easy and this material is hard?
Because the higher the grade, the harder it is.
Yes, I know. But how do you know that akar pangkat 3 bla 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 is hard, or and 1 tambah 1 is easy? From whom?
From the kan kita kan menganggapnya per kelas gitu. Jadi kayak
Yeah, per kelas, right?
Yeah.
It means, how do you know that this is the material for grade 1, this is grade 2? If not mistaken, on your proposal I said that see the curriculum. Seharusnya anak usia like for example 10 years old itu di kelas berapa, belajar matematikanya, kalau berdasarkan pemerintah dia begini. Yeah, so like what? Maybe Miss Ica feel confused because si Putri ini siapa? Dia kenapa levelnya tiba-tiba begini? Because you don't have the parameter. Tapi misalnya those questions were asked to TMI students, misalnya anak SD, TMI yang sudah memang belajar sesuai kurikulum, they learn that one, okay, you got the result, and then you compare to anak jalanan. It turns out that ternyata anak jalanan yang 10 tahun cannot answer the questions the same as TMI students for example. Nah, berarti kan benar anak jalanan matematikanya kurang. Or it turns out that their answer is better than TMI students. Oh, ternyata tidak berpengaruh mereka sekolah atau enggak. There is a, comparison parameter. Okay, that one. So you have only several days, 1 day to fix and add. Yeah, the most important for me, sample the result of the test here, put here, and then the picture of the game, the questions, the pictures of anak jalanan. Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, good afternoon.
Good
afternoon, sir.
Yeah. I will not give many complaint and many feedback. Yeah, I just will give you advice maybe. Yeah.
Okay, sir.
But many. Yeah. The first, actually, in the presentation, yeah, if you get a comment from the examiner, you have to make a note. Yeah, don't forget to make a note. You will forget. Yeah, you will forget if you don't make a note. Yeah. And then also about what Mr. Yogis and Miss Icha said, yeah, about the proof. Yeah, you have to give us the proof. Even that in your, what is that? PPT, yeah. I saw that it doesn't look like street children.
It does, but we asked them to come to my house because
Oh,
Mekar
to come to your house.
Yeah.
Okay. So, my evaluation, yeah, for you. Actually, I really, what is that? Menghargai, yeah, what? Yeah, appreciate your effort, yeah. But later in the university, it will be not like this, yeah, because you know, even me as your advisor, I don't know your question, I don't know your, what is that, questionnaire, because you didn't give me, and when I tried to, find you, there was no, yeah, there were no. You just came to me this morning and give this paper to me. So we don't have many, we didn't have many time to, yeah, to discuss about this all. And then if you did, and if you do the research later about the proof, please, the proof must be, what is that, valid, ya, buktinya harus valid. Nah, and also about the interview, you did interview, right? You did interview. When you did interview, you ask, you have to make a letter, yeah, like what is that, pernyataan, yeah, and you give to the, yeah, respondent. Who is that? Yeah, yeah, the children, and you have to make sure that what you write, yeah, from the interview, that what they said. Nah, harus ada bukti bahwasanya benar dia ngomong itu tadi. Because when you write something on your result, belum tentu itu yang mereka katakan, bisa jadi kamu ngarang-ngarang. Nah, harus ada yang membuktikan bahwasanya mereka memang benar ngomong itu. Nah, dia tanda tangan gitu. Benar itu omongan saya gitu. Nah, that's the proof also, ya.
For us the proof is only like we photo and then video them on the interview.
Okay, but there is a.
Yeah, but we.
Nah, how can you show the proof? Buktinya dilampirinnya gimana kalau video gitu kan? Okay. And then, nah, this is also important because you are team, yeah. Everyone must know the detail of the content, all of it, because I saw you divided into several group. Ibra ngerjain bab 1, ini ngerjain bab. So the one who did the research is only who did yang ngerjain bab 4 itu, bab 3, bab 4 itu. Ya. So, siapa yang ngerjain bab 1? Nah, nggak ada urusan kamu sama penelitiannya, ya kan? Kamu urusanmu cuma ngerjain bab 1. Nah, it means actually Nino doesn't really know about the result, about the ya. When I saw you divided into berapa grup itu ya. Jadi Nino only know about the chapter 1 together. Ya. Iya, intinya kamu bagi-bagi. Ini kerjaan ini kerjaan ini. Actually, if you are team, you have to do it together. Ya, so you know all. Yang ngerjain bab 2 nggak cuma tahu tentang isi bab 2. Okay? Ya. Ya, it means cuma satu orang yang ngerjain penelitiannya.
Di sini bibliografinya what is mathematical thinking and why it is important. Nah, di sini di halaman berapa kamu cantumin itu bingung gitu. Karena udah ngomong saya.
Iya. Karena ini kayaknya bukan saya yang kemarin yang ngerjain. Okay? You are team, okay? Remember you are team.
Yeah.
If in the future you do some project research with the team, ya harus tahu semuanya walaupun sudah dibagi, ya. Yeah, and then this is also very important, for you in the future in the university, everything, like I said before, I just want to emphasize that everything you have to ask your advisor. Kuesionernya gini Pak, bener nggak? Nah, even me, I don't know, like what I said, I didn't know the question, I didn't know the questionnaire, I didn't know also the interview. What are the questions for the interview? I don't know. Okay, and in my opinion, you are not really being serious for this project, because about what I said before, you seldom to meet me, and then sibuk masing-masing dengan. When I ask Ibra, aduh sir ini yang ngerjain Nino. Nah, like that ya. Okay.
Okay, sir.
That's it, I think, from me.
Thank you, sir.
So hope you can do more the best pokoknya yang lebih bagus lah ke depannya Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Icha, Mr. Yogi, Mr. Aziz for the feedback for these groups, and for Nino, Fatih, and Ibra. You have finished your research, but it hasn't finished yet since there are some suggestion from the examiner, so you have to revise the content of your report.
Okay,
I hope that you can do it together. This is the last time for you to work together with your friend. Okay, so you only have one day to finish it. Okay, tomorrow hopefully that everything fixed, then you have to submit your final report, only one copy. Okay, thank you, good luck, and you can close the presentation.
Okay, that's all our presentation today. Thank you for the honorable examiner and moderator. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ibra. yeah, now the time for Tio, Ali, and Adi to present their research result. You have about 15 minutes to present, so please manage your time. And the next 15 minutes will be for the examiners to give you feedback, whether suggestion or question. Okay, the floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ahmad Fadli Gusmedi,
And my name is Ali.
and my name is Tio. So today, 3rd May 2023, we want to present you about our research progress and research result.
First thing, we will go to the background and the background problems. We know da'wah is a media of religion. I mean, media as religious things. And da'wah as religious media used to invite and persuade audience without any violence and without any coercions. Nowadays, we can find da'wah everywhere, not just in mosque or maybe at some special occasion, but we can find da'wah everywhere, like literally everywhere, from television up to social media. In social media, there are so many platforms that give their content creator have da'wah content. And it's a great thing, but unfortunately, da'wah has less interest in people, especially among the teenagers. As we know, teenagers is a foundation of the future. Teenagers will run the world. Teenagers will continue to build the world, but da'wah, we know da'wah as a media of learning religious things, and da'wah is important to be a media learning for teenagers. And I think this is a good issue that we can bring in this PROLAB, that why is teenagers don't like da'wah and how to make da'wah interesting for teenagers. Research question.
So we go to research question. We already know about it, but why researchers want to know about it? So we make this question. And number 1, which type of dakwah do teenagers most like? And number 2, how effective is dakwah like most by teenagers? And the third, what is the factor that makes teenagers interested in listening to dakwah? And the last, will the problem related to the conveyed by the dakwah make the teenagers interested in listening to dakwah?
Addition from me, that a reason why we choose this question, because the first, which type of da'wah that teenagers like, do teenagers most like? These things, I mean, these topics, these questions is important. Why? Maybe asking why, because some of teenagers like to hear da'wah if the da'wah is related to them, or the da'wah is what they search. And second, how effective is a da'wah like most by teenagers? How effective the da'wah that they like? And it's proven by data. After this, we will show it. It's very effective because da'wah be interesting. Da'wah will be interest if the teenagers want to know it or relate it to them. And number 3, what is the factor that makes teenagers interested in listening da'wah? There is so many factors that we will explain to you guys, but not now. And number 4, we will just skip that because we will not use the 4th research question because we will focus on 1, 2, and 3 research question. Research purpose.
Now we go to the next step. We use research questions to be solving research to be answer research answer. So why we use these 3 purpose? Because we know that in this era teenagers is not too late to hear dakwah because of like we know in dakwah it's have many long duration and we already have this purpose. The first, which type of dakwah do teenagers most like? And second, find out what makes a dakwah interesting. And the third, find out what makes the dakwah is effective. We use these 3 purposes of dakwah because we know that teenagers in this era is so very lazy and so very boring to hear dakwah. So that's why 3 of us use these 3 purposes.
Up next, 2 research methods. After we know research purpose, after we know what we want to know, what is the problem, we go to the research methods. The researchers should find methods that can help us to do this analyzing PROLABs. We use the Google form, survey methods to to collecting the data. We do the research methods survey in Tunas Mekar, Indonesia. In the survey methods, there is many questions that you can see from the separate data that we gave. There is so many questions that make us more close to what we want to know. And after that, we go to the research process and result. The research process is quite complicated, and we already solve it because why I say this research is complicated, because from the first, this is not our title, because we change the title over and over and over again. The first title, we take inequality social, and we change it again to online dawah, and change it more specifically, more smaller and smaller, to analyzing dawah in TikTok for Tunas Mekar Indonesia audience. And we use we use 2 applications, 2 comparison in the Google form. As I say, in Google form, there is so many questions that make us close to our results. That is, what is the type of da'wah that teenagers like, and how long that teenagers like the da'wah duration, and why. Here, we use 2 comparisons from TikTok and YouTube. As we can see at the data, TikTok have more more vote than YouTube, has 19 vote more than YouTube. And we can conclude, we can see the result that TikTok is the best app for,
So we can see that the TikTok is the best application for teenager who wants to hear the da'wah. So in TikTok, why teenager is most like TikTok to use to hear da'wah? Because as we can see that in TikTok, um, if you if you always watch TikTok, like Muzamil Hashbala and others audience in TikTok, that they just have a short duration for talking about dakwah, religion, or any theme, but they're just talking about the main theme. So that's why teenagers in this era is like short but gold.
To emphasize what Adit said, that's correct because teenagers like TikTok more because in the data, they like the shortest duration if they want to hear the da'wah. And in TikTok, there is so many da'wah that have short duration. So TikTok will be the best app to post the da'wah. And conclusion?
The conclusion is based on the data and based on the teenager in this era, we can conclude that teenager is boring to hear da'wah. But that was have a big factor that teenagers wants to hear da'wah clearly. The first is we have to make the duration of the clips is shortest but gold. But gold in here is the theme is related with the teenagers problem, or not just about real teenagers problem, but like about the future in the akhirat maybe, and then the how to find money with the halal ways and others. And the seconds, the conclusion that is very very related with teenager in this era is teenager is wants to hear even is the short da'wah when it's related with their age, with their problem. Like teenager is always hear the da'wah when it's related with their problems, like the example about teenagers problem, about the girl maybe, about their relationship with parents, and then about pray, about sodakoh and others theme. Any additional, guys?
Okay. Not just that, not just about the duration, but how they bring the da'wah. Because if have a short duration but boring with bring the topics, it will not make the teenagers interest with the da'wah. So what we can conclude, what we can highlight that if someone or if one da'wah can be said interest if the duration is not more than 1 minute, or I think it's not too long. And second, how they bring the da'wah. And the third, the theme and the topic. And that's all from us. Thank you. And is there any question?
Oke, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, Adit, Ali, and Tio. Yeah. Okay, for your research this is quite unique because also unique and sensitive because this is dealing with the religion And then also when I see your cover, your title is Analyze the Content of Dakwah Video on TikTok for Teenager in Senior High School, Tunas Mekar, Indonesia. But before, do you know what the meaning of analyze?
Yes.
Yeah, what is that? Can you explain?
Okay, analyzing means I will mix in Indonesia because my vocabulary is not that much. Jadi analisis ini merangkum, and having our own opinion about the topics that we analyze.
Okay. Anyone want to additional?
Let me speak in bahasa. Jadi analisis itu adalah di mana kita menganalisis sebuah perkumpulan orang-orang yang telah memberikan suatu opininya atau suatu kalau misalnya di analisis kami itu adalah suatu rasa yang terbaiknya, dan setelah kita mengumpulkan suara-suara dari mereka, kita rangkum di presentasi ini dan juga di makalah itu, dan setelah itu kita bakal tahu manakah yang terbaik dan manakah yang bukan manakah yang terbaik, manakah yang most people like in Tunas Mekar Indonesia, which is the short dakwah or the long dakwah. Any additional, guys?
Okay, thank you for your opinion, but I want to emphasize again, this is analyze mean this is the the highest level. If you say analyze, so means you have to check all of the data, means so you have to have your complete data, all of the data, it can be maybe qualitative, quantitative data, and then also you cannot say this is opinion, because it is based on data, and then also if you like to have your data with survey or maybe interview or something, it must be clear data, so you can give like one by one, you have to explain one by one, because this is the highest level. And then also that's from the title, guys, maybe you can consideration about that one. If you still take the analyze means you have to complete data and you have to describe each part of the data, based on your research, guys. And then the next, when I see your from abstract, also still general, you said dakwah. Do you know dakwah means?
Dakwah is persuading or inviting inviting someone without any violence and coercion. Okay,
that's dakwah, And then you said in your purpose on research there are 3 purpose, The 3 purpose, is it work already? Based on your research?
Yes.
Ready,
Ready.
Okay, but based on your data here, when I see, you give some question, and there is response from the respondents, like they don't regularly listen the dakwah. This is the highest, 60.8%, and then also the last, almost the same question. And then also, you choose that prefer long or short dakwah. They said short dakwah. And then this is like berlawanan dengan your question. Do you like regularly listen to dakwah? They said no. This is the highest result. So, I mean, the result is not the same with the purpose, guys, And then also, the dakwah you said in benefit, in the benefit for the readers, you can determine the type of dakwah. Do you know the types of dakwah?
The types. The types of dakwah that I know that we know is like about teenagers' problem, and then about the
types. Actually, it's make us hard because it's on English. Can you repeat once more again?
Okay, you said that there is the type of dakwah, but you cannot explain in any kind of the research result or something, where is the type of dakwah? So if you put the type of dakwah, you also can educate the reader. The type of dakwah is the first this one, the second this one, because you said dakwah is the first is like invitation, calling, yeah. You have to also educate, yeah, the definition of the dakwah. You can put also in the type of dakwah. You can also explain about that one, so the reader also know, yeah. And then also you mention not only TikTok here, also you like compare with YouTube. Yeah, you said there is YouTube also, and you give like the percentage, yeah, TikTok and also YouTube. So which one do you want to prefer? Yeah, use the data from TikTok or YouTube. Yeah. And then also for the result also still general, yeah, need more explanation, because you said that how effective dakwah that's like most by most teenager. And then this one you just said they like themes that are relate the themes that are liked by teenager. Yeah, what kind of theme then? Yeah, because this is still general. Yeah, you said that there is like apa namanya?
Related team. That
Yeah,
with
related
their
team,
problems.
relationship or something. Yeah, you can put that one. Yeah, detail. And then also the question, what is the factor that makes teenager interest listening to dakwah? And then also still general. Yeah, I cannot find what is the red line, yeah, of the factor, the most factor teenager interested listen to dakwah. Yeah, because also this is analyze, so you have to put the data. Yeah, analyze means, yeah, you have to be ready to find the data and also explain the clear data. Yeah, and then also conclusion and also the conclusion, yeah, still general also. Yeah, we don't know the difference between short dakwah and also long dakwah. Maybe from the time, but maybe you can find the other reason why the teenager like short dakwah, because of what? Yeah. Yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you, Miss.
Okay, thank you, Miss Septi. I will continue. Hi, guys. Okay, so Tio, what is the content of the dakwah actually, Tio? What is the dakwah about, Tio?
Dakwah itu apa?
No, the content of the dakwah that you use. What is the content? Isi dakwah yang dipakai itu apa, Tio? Tentang apa dakwahnya?
Hukum memakan katak, sir.
Hukum memakan katak. Why is that content important to be discussed? Tio, not Ali.
I'm helping because he needs
Or Adit? Why you choose this topic about eating katak?
Because why we choose this topic? Because as we always say in for your page in maybe in TikTok or maybe in YouTube, mukbang katak, and why we choose that? Because we want to persuade and we want to tell about we want to tell many teenagers in Tunas Mekar Indonesia that the hukum for makan katak is haram.
Haram or halal?
Haram. Haram.
You still confused.
I want to give additional. Jadi
delicious loh.
Why we choose this? Because as we know, teenager is the time of berkembang. They want to eat anything. They want to feel this, want to feel that, want to eat this, want to eat that, and they need knowledge about katak. Why is katak haram? Because katak has two different place to live. that make it haram. And I think this is quite important because teenagers want to eat this and that, and they should know why and what they cannot eat and what.
Okay. I get the points. Yeah, actually that's only the questions from Fortio actually. But nah, back to the title. Analyzing the content of dakwah for teenagers. Actually, like Miss Septi said, do you want to analyze the video or do you want to analyze TMI students? So it means you have to change the title. Because if your title is analyzing the content of that dakwah video, it means there is a video, and then the maker of video is this one, the duration of video is this one, the video talk about this one, and then pandangan Abi Tony tentang video itu bagaimana, pandangan Abi Imam gimana, pandangan Miss Septi how. So you are analyzing one video. I think maybe you can change or find another words. If you want to analyze the students, you can change into like the perspective of senior high school TMI students toward video about this, about this video. I write down here later ya. So perspektifnya anak TMI terhadap video X. So the perspective of TMI students toward this video. What is their perspective? Do they like this one or that one, for example? Okay, that one. And then later check also in the title you make some errors, like for teenager in senior high school Tunas Mekar Indonesia, it should be Tunas Mekar Indonesia Senior High School or Senior High School of Sekolah Tunas Mekar Indonesia. Okay. And then page, on your table of content, the title is page 1. Page 1 should be introduction, background, itu page 1. Before that one you use Romance numbers, angka Romawi yang 1 titik, yang di atasnya ada titiknya. That's for the title and others. Please check revise that one. Okay, and then abstract. Please also revise your abstract because abstract should consist of background, aim, the purpose of your research, the methodology that you use to answer your problem, and then the result. Hasilnya apa, ya? So there should be in your abstract. Then I found many different font and space in your research. Maybe because I don't know, copy paste or something, or I don't know. But
it's just from hand to hand, so
that's why work together. Yeah. Revise that one, and then I will focus. This one, for example. Let's go to chapter. Purpose of the research. Purpose of the research should be the same as research questions. If your research question is which type of dakwah do teenagers most like, so your purpose of the research will be to know which type of dakwah that teenagers like. So should be the same. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Purpose. Next, in the literature review, chapter 2, you said at the beginning, in the literature review, researcher will discuss 3 main problems, which are dakwah, teenager problem, and TikTok. 2.1 dakwah, 2.2 TikTok, 2.3 social media. Where is teenager problem? Because you mentioned it here, but there is no. Okay. So it means erase or change or add. Okay, TikTok, social media, and then research procedures. It's about the space. Nah, why is this separated from this one?
That is, sebenarnya we already print that and we just forget, like, oh, we forgot to add that, and we should print it, just
This
separate it.
should be inside.
Yes.
But not like this. Say for example, your chapter 4 correct already, the same as your research questions. Which type of dakwah teenager most like? Okay, so you put from this Google form, like what Miss Apti question, which pictures help you to answer 4.1? Say for example this 3 or this only one picture, put the picture here and then give the title. Figure 1, the respondent of the student's respondent, for example, and then the age distribution. Okay, then and also maybe depends on like what Miss Septi said. If it is important answering this one, use it. If no, don't do that. So, which question actually answer which type of dakwah teenager most like? Which one? Do you prefer long dakwah, short dakwah?
No. What? Can you?
This one. No. Which type of dakwah teenager mostly like?
Oh.
Ngambilnya dari mana?
Here. What topic dakwah did you interested in? Sama.
Okay. Which this one?
This.
So you make the column here. Respondent 1. Keindahan Islam. Respondent 2 kiamat. Respondent 3. So you put this one here. Then from the Google form, and then you explain about the Google form. Then from the Google form, the data, 30 people said that 1 people like keindahan Islam, 1 respondent like kiamat, 2 people like the end of the day. Okay, something like that one. Or if this one, the picture of do you prefer long dakwah or short dakwah, put the pictures, and then below that one explain. From the figure above, we can conclude that mostly 96.9% of the students, equal to how many people, like prefer short dakwah than long dakwah. Put here. And then how effective is a dakwah that is like most by teenager? How to answer these questions?
Sorry? Can you repeat it?
Point 2.
Point 2.
Questions number 2. Research questions number 2. How effective is dakwah that is like most by teenagers?
Question. Ini. Question. Nah ini nih. Mana sih ini question? Nah, mana sih? Oh, not here. Ini yang question aja. Question.
How can you get the answer? How effective is dakwah that is like most by teenager?
That's the problem. How effective is a dakwah like most by teenager? Yeah, it's actually we don't have much data, but we use an opinion because
whose opinion?
My opinion, our opinion actually, but mostly mine, and they help us. They help me to, what is that? Yeah.
Okay, research like what Miss Septi said. Yeah, it's not about
opinion.
Opinion.
It's about data.
Yeah, opinion. Yes, may, but opinion from expert. Okay. Or 4.3. What is the factor that makes teenager interested in listening to dakwah?
4.3. Nah, what is the factor that makes teenager interested in dakwah?
Faktor apa saja?
Yeah, there is what is that? The short duration, the theme that teenager want. That what is that? Related to them or?
Nah, put that here. 4.3 show the figure, the pictures, and then you explain based on
The
our
data.
observation. The TMI students. Nah, oh yeah, like this one ya. You use the term teenagers here, but teenager in Sekolah Tunas Mekar Indonesia. So if this is only teenager, all teenagers, but your title is teenager in, or better you use senior high school students, TMI SHS students.
Actually, it's all grades.
32?
Actually, 32.
32 responden loh, only
Yes,
loh.
we know, and that's our problem. And yeah, that's what we got. They don't want to
Answer.
answer it, even though we already say, "Hey, please, come on, please." They don't do that.
Okay. Okay, that was my comment. And then the last, daftar pustaka, what is that in English?
I do.
References.
References.
Okay, that's all from me. Thank you. Mr. Tony, you may continue.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Septi and Mr. Yogi. And good afternoon, guys.
Afternoon.
Yeah, the first I would like to say congratulations that you have finished your research report, but so many notes and advices from the examiner. So please make a note for this one, and after this you should recheck all the data, document, and again revise this research report. The first, I do really agree with two examiner about the first chapter. In the chapter, there are two variables over here. Yeah, you focus on the content of the dakwah and also the senior high school student opinion. But because this is still general for the teenagers, if you say teenager, you should explain what the type of teenager, about the age or something. Yeah, if you focus to senior high school student, yeah, just focus to senior high school student. So if you focus on two variable here, the data should be complete about these two variable. Yeah, not only focus on the content from the data and also for the opinion. Because yeah, actually I like how the way you collecting the data from the opinion. Yeah, you put from general way first about the comparing the video from the application, and then you take you create the question and give from the respondent to get the response from them. But unfortunately for the result, this is still general. Yeah, if we back to the chapter for analyze, yeah, you cannot assume that this is real your result of analyze, because this is only opinion, but you only put two videos here. So only opinion of the respondent from two video, right? So only comparing from the video. Yeah, if you want to make it the real analyze, yeah, you should give more than that from the video. So they find what type of the content they like, and then what type of the application they like, So after that you can make it lebih fokus lagi gitu, lebih mendalam. Kalau ini masih sangat umum. Dan tadi benar banget Mr. Yogi, sebenarnya dari setiap each explanation kalian harus put data yang ini yang terpisah, harusnya ini tidak terpisah. Memang setiap explanation harus ada di bawahnya. Jadi itu mendukung untuk penjelasan, because setiap yang ngebaca langsung tahu oh ini loh yang dijelaskan dan ini datanya. Karena kalian ini researchnya analyze, jadi semuanya benar-benar berhubungan dengan data dan itu harus komplit. Kalau ini dia hanya opini dan perbandingan saja gitu. Jadi belum benar-benar menganalisis. Ya, that's why the research like this, karena tadi dari pemaham kalian analisis saja belum begitu paham makna analisis itu seperti apa. Ternyata benar, data yang ada hanya sebatas opini saja, belum sesuai dengan analisa. Sedangkan analisa, apalagi kalau misalkan tadi yang Miss Septi bilang kuantitatif atau kualitatif, harus data segala macam. Ya ini sudah bagus sih caranya, tapi memang belum komplit, belum begitu lengkap nak. Ya, jadi memang masih harus lebih banyak lagi mengumpulkan data. Jadi kalau misalkan kalian mengangkat kontennya seperti apa, data pendukung kontennya tuh harus lebih banyak. Kalau di sini ya hanya comparing hukum makan katak gitu kan. Jadi hanya opini juga ini hanya opini mereka. Jadi kalian membatasi opini mereka karena hanya menghadirkan satu video itu. Jadi kalian langsung kayak pilih nih video yang ini apa yang ini. Mereka memilih dan memberikan opini. Jadi tidak menganalisis konten yang seperti apa sih yang menarik di kalangan. Karena kalian tidak membebaskan mereka untuk memberikan opini konten yang menarik bagi mereka, tapi kalian memberikan pilihan gitu. Jadi caranya sudah bagus, tapi memang belum kurang banyak gitu. Datanya kurang banyak. Karena memang ini analisis, jadi emang harus lebih banyak datanya. Itu yang untuk relationship between the title and research content. Kemudian tadi beberapa catatan yang dari Mr. Yogi mengenai so many typo ya, mengenai penulisan ini banyak sekali, dari Mr. juga sama, itu harus diperbaiki. Kemudian penjelasannya di sini harus benar-benar detail. Kalian starting from the research aja on Februari, kapan last Februari, the first Februari, di sini nggak kalian cantumkan tanggalnya berapa Februari. Jadi nggak tahu nih asal naruh aja Februari atau benar-benar ada researchnya gitu, atau baru kemarin researchnya, kita kan nggak tahu. Jadi harus benar-benar jelas untuk penelitiannya. Kemudian ya dari 32 people yang memberikan opini ini, saya rasa itu juga harus diperjelas 32 people itu siapa saja, karena kalian ini general banget teenagers. Berarti kalau misalkan anak SMA tadi ada Miss Puji bilang sampaikan what grade gitu. Jadi benar-benar harus jelas nak kalau berhubungan dengan data. Kita nggak bisa menjenarakan atau asal. Jadi harus benar-benar dicantumkan sangat jelas untuk data. Mungkin itu tadi sudah banyak yang disampaikan, kemudian daftar pustakanya juga, karena ini data pastinya dari sajian data yang segini banyak pasti daftar pustakanya pasti lebih dari ini sebenarnya, tapi nggak tahu kenapa you only put it 3 here, ini masih sangat kurang. Ya. Lebih banyak lagi hadirkan kontennya seperti apa, langsung link-linknya juga seperti apa. Jadi orang yang membaca karya kalian ini bisa langsung sekaligus belajar, sekaligus langsung ikut membandingkan juga. Siapa tahu mereka juga ingin beropini dari karya kalian, seperti itu. That's all from me, thank you so much. Terima kasih, assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
For the feedback for all of the researchers, hope that you understand the feedback and you still have one day to revise the report ya. your PROLAB is done, but the report is not yet. Yeah, you need to submit the correct one based on the feedback from the examiners, because your report later will be, yeah, it can be one of the references for your junior later on. Yeah, so please make it as best as you can. Yeah, good luck for the revision.
Okay. Thank you, Miss.
Close the presentation.
That's all from us. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.